All right. Commissioners, please turn your microphones on. That's better, and I'd ask the audience to put your cell phones on mute if you would, please. Time being 6 o'clock, I will call the meeting to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Patty, would you do roll call, please?
John.
Here.
Joe.
Here.
Gary.
Here.
Dan.
Here.
Sherry.
Here. Item number 3, does any commissioner have a reason to abstain for a financial or a non-financial conflict of interest?
I do not.
No,
No.
I'll leave my options open like I like to. I just wanted to say one other thing. If I ask for you to repeat a question or something, my hearing aids from the Veterans Administration aren't working, or if it sounds like I'm yelling like that, probably they're not working, so please bear with me. Thank you.
I do not have a conflict. Item number 4, approval of agenda. Are there any amendments to the agenda?
I got one. Item 10. I don't know, I guess what the intent is. This is, to me, that's a budget item discussion.
Doesn't pertain to the budget as much as you think it does. Wait till you hear down, okay?
The only thing I would like some clarification on is Board of Adjustment voting requirements, and I don't know if we want to add that to the agenda before voting. Board of Adjustment, at least discuss it.
Should we do it as part of the Board of Adjustment? So like right after we go into Board of Adjustment, would you like to add it there?
Yeah, I just think with the new law and what it says in our zoning ordinance, I would like clarification on it, so I know where we stand, and I think that the people getting traditional use to know as well. So that would be fine with me.
That would. So we will call it item 11A, and we will do it after we go into Board of Adjustment. So voting requirements for CUPs. Any other additions to the agenda? I would entertain a motion to approve the amended agenda.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the amended agenda for the discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed nay. Motion carries. Amended agenda is approved. At this time, public comments.
There are none.
All right, would anyone care to make a public comment? All right, public comments are closed. Item number 5, approval of minutes from July 21st of 2020. So this would be our regular meeting. Are there any amendments to the July 21st minutes?
Move approval.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to approve the July 21st minutes as submitted. Further discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed nay. Motion carries. Minutes are approved. We will now look at the July 22nd, 2020 minutes, and that would have been for our budget meeting. Any changes? I would entertain a motion to approve the July 22nd minutes.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the July 22nd minutes. Further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed nay. Motion carries. July 22nd minutes are approved. Item number 6, the first is claims. Are there any questions on the claims?
I'd move approval. Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the claims as submitted. Further discussion.
I'd just like to note that juvenile detention again is a pretty major item.
And if you look, we're $31,000 over budget. So, any other comments before we vote? All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the claims. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. Claims are approved. July payroll.
Move approval.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the July payroll. Further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. Payroll is approved. We are now at the provisional budget.
When we discussed the, provision, we, did make a motion to approve it. So all I need is just to approve it, because it'll be published on Friday.
Move approval.
Do we have to, how do we have to?
No, it's just, because we already discussed it in the, this is just a formality.
So we have to approve it to even advertise. I'll second the commission.
I have a motion and a second to approve the 2021 provisional budget. Further discussion.
I didn't notice that the Boys and Girls Club is included in place, is it?
I think I did put it in there,
It should be under
I believe it's under commissioners.
miscellaneous.
thank you.
And then, like at the hearing, when we have the hearing on September 17th, we move the commission date, because of the convention, you can discuss, it'll be a hearing.
We still think,
Correct.
because Sherry and I on the highway department met with Mike and discussed capital replacement. We'd like to see that included.
All right, any other comments before I call for a vote? So we have a motion and a second to approve the 2021 provisional budget. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Motion carries. Provisional budget is approved. And COVID-19 resolution 2020-8, and we approved this once already. And there was some miscommunication on whose signature needed to be on which document. And so we signed them incorrectly. And they both have to be signed on exactly the same date. So we have to go through the motion of approving those again. Otherwise, we cannot get our $1.5 million reimbursed to the county.
This is the same one, was it a month ago or a month ago?
Plus,
Yes.
Move approval of the resolution.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the COVID-19 resolution 2020-8. Further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. Resolution is approved.
Sherry, I think we have some people in the hallway that might need some chairs.
sure, Valley again.
She said some out there already, but.
Welcome. Moving on, item number 7. Mr. Bruce Jensen, hog barn taxes. Would you like to come forward, sir?
I guess I'm real concerned about township or commercial and the ag. About half, I would say, the ag taxes and for the barn. But what I want to say is the township boards are having a heck of a time. And they're gonna be the losers. They're gonna be the losers of no money. They have no money, we know that. They don't have hardly any money to put gravel on or snow room or whatever. And I just don't like to see this where, as far as financially, we're in trouble. The whole state's in trouble, the whole county, the whole city. And we gotta watch what we're doing. And you know, when you reduce taxes for somebody else gotta pick it up. It's budgeted. So you gotta be real careful because there's a lot of hurting people out there. Farmers are hurting. I mean, just look at their businesses in town. I mean, we're in trouble. Nobody wants to say it, but you gotta watch out what we're doing. And taxes, I know are important. We gotta have taxes for bridges and roads and that, but we gotta get smart. Because if we don't, we're not gonna have bridges pretty soon to go across. All it's gonna take is one time somebody has an accident and we're gonna all be in trouble. Sued. You know, we're gonna get sued. We get sued all the time. When I was on the commission, we got sued all the time too. So, I mean, it's nothing new. But it just it really concerns me. And I know it probably concerns you guys, but somebody's gonna pay for those taxes. They gotta be replaced. You know, and that's all I want to say, but it's something that you really got to look at because, you know, these hog farms, for instance, they're a business. They're there to make money. And you look at businesses in Yankton for taxes purposes. I talked to Leo and Kabesky, and they really get hard. Businesses really get hard. And I could see an implement dealer or something like that, but that's completely different because this one is totally to make money. Here. So we got to watch out. We got to look out for each other. Taxpayers are to the point they can't do much more anymore. They're probably right to the edge. We got a lot of poor people in the county. You know, we all don't make $100,000 a year. I'll tell you that right now, and you know that. But I just wanted to draw your attention to that because it really concerns me because I can see, look at what the United States is going through now with this epidemic. I mean, 1 out of 5 businesses, you know, they're not coming back. And they're not going to come back. That's when we have all this problems. So that's all I want to say about it.
So you had requested to talk about hog barn taxes. Was there a specific item that you wanted to talk about? Because
Sherry, could you take your mask down? I can't hear what you're saying. I know I don't have hearing aids in, but I get complaints all the time from people who watch the video. You can't hear
Well,
me.
like John Gunderson, for instance, he's getting quite a break.
and who gave that to him?
Town board,
Okay.
township. And that's why we gotta be careful because they're gonna come back on us or you guys and say, hey, we have no money. Where are you gonna get the money?
Did you call the town board?
No, I didn't call them. I got their minutes. Reduce for the commercial building, the township can't reduce land taxes. That's gotta go through the channels, but they can on the commercial buildings. So all I'm saying, we gotta watch out. That's just on hog barns, but hog barns are gonna, you know, you said in the paper that, well, how come I was on there 12 years? We didn't have hog barns back then when I was on there. So mainly, why would they bring it up? We didn't even know it. But we do now. So that's,
Any other commissioners have questions for Mr. Jensen?
So thank you, Bruce, for
good. Thank you.
Commissioner Chairman, may I speak?
Yes, since you were named specifically, I would like to speak.
Thank you. Good evening. Since I was named, I will tell you why Washington Township reduced my taxes. A year
Excuse me,
ago,
I can't recognize you with the mask. Who are you?
I'm John Genders.
Oh, okay.
Some say I look a lot better with the mask on. A year ago, Jay Cutts put up a barn, and it was valued at $900,000, which was about $200,000 more than what he paid for the barn. We put up barns, and they were valued at what we paid for the barns, including the personal property. We took exception to that. We researched the surrounding counties, identical floor plans built within the last year or so. We found a range of between $212,000 valuation and about $500,000 valuation. And we averaged the 6 counties. I didn't like that average. So I threw out the $212,000 average, and we ended up with about $450,000. We did not get a discount on the land, but we did remove the personal property from the buildings and their valuation. The difference in Bottom County between Bottom and Yankton County is that Bottom County also takes the slats out because they are designed to be replaced, and they count the slats as personal property. I didn't think that was fair. I put them back in again. We had a 3-month discussion with our assessor and our director of equalization. I think it was fair to say it was a legal discussion, but we disagreed. They have agreed to review their procedures and their calculations. Now, I agree, it is totally unfair to give a break on farmland, which our township board did and which the county commission did. We did not ask for that. We may next year, as they're going to be doing that. But we did get a valuation that was roughly the average of the 5 surrounding counties for identical floor plans built within the last 18 months. We talked to the State Department of Revenue. They agreed that there may be some issues on how these things are being calculated, but they agreed to our methodology and our valuation. I know of no other way to do this. Yes, we are in business to make money. Mr. Healy is farming, and I don't think he's doing it as a charity.
Madam Chairman, I didn't think we were supposed to have personal attacks.
This is not a personal attack.
You're naming him, and policy that we passed said you're not supposed to name anybody,
Mr. Genders,
which is what he's.
He's a good farmer. I'm not attacking him.
let's just move forward.
Okay. Farming is not a charity. If you don't make money, somebody else is going to do it. Now, you did grant a permit to that nice young Peterson boy. And after 3 months of dealing with Yankton County ordinance and ramifications of it, he made a decision. He got in his car, he drove to Tyndall, and in 15 minutes he had a permit for a barn, and he got his barn built, and it's built in Bottom County. Exact same design as mine, and he's at about $220,000 valuation. I'm at $460,000. He's going to build a house next to that barn. That house is going to be in Bottom County. You want taxes? You're going to have people build things and be able to pay the taxes and be making money when they do it. It's that simple. Now, turning our roads back to gravel because we had 10 or 15 years of no maintenance and the roads are beat to pieces. I understand. It's tough. But to single out one business in the county, considering what we have lost over the last couple of years, there was supposed to be a multi-million-dollar feed mill to go into Mission Hill. We've run that out of the county. We almost had it on the edge of the county in Viber. But since there wasn't any ag development that was gonna eat the feed, that's now over in Tabor. And there's 40 or 50 jobs that Yankton County isn't gonna get. And there's 40 or 50 houses that aren't gonna be lived in and paying taxes. Now, you wanna keep raising the taxes and sticking it to the livestock guys, okay, but that's what the result is. Thank you.
But I have a question for you, Mr. Gunderson.
Yes.
Being you brought up the remark about the young guy that pulled out and built a house in another county.
Yes, built the house, yeah, but yeah.
I'd just like to counter you with, we have a park producer here that has 9 CAFOs in Yankton County, and he lives in Dakota Dunes in a gazillion-dollar home. So that's my counter to you about him moving out. Why isn't somebody like that living here next to his dog barns? There's some of the barn owners, one of them I went to school with, his barn is looked a few feet from his house in Yankton County. Yours is pretty close, so but how come, if you're gonna talk about this guy moving out and bringing his taxes over there, how come we have a guy here that lives in Dakota Dunes with 9 of them?
All right,
Counter that.
so let's move forward. There's one lake that I'm going to give an offer. If you want to speak, Lori. If you don't want to speak, that's fine. You're good? Okay,
So that, please.
very quickly.
Okay, Carl does have a house here. It's a very nice house. And most days of the week, Carl is doing chores in his farms.
Are you talking about the one over by Mission Hill?
Yeah,
Okay, his lawyer was here that day with the stenographer taking down notes. And his attorney, I believe it was Dave Domino, said that is his corporate office. That's his corporate, it's on the record. It was taken down by the court reporter. So don't tell me that's his house. It's on record.
So I do believe our conversation is probably not going anywhere positive at this point. So,
I would like to finish. His daughter has moved back and gotten married and is living on his mother's place. Carl's residence may be down in Dakota Dunes, but he has a house there at Mission Hill. It's a very nice house. His son is planning on moving, actually has pretty much moved back here because he's on hiatus from going to University of Nebraska. So he's brought 2 kids back. The third one is now getting into the cattle business. So he is actively involved, his family is actively involved in being here. He has spent most of the spring up here, self-quarantined, because as you know, his wife was a doctor down in Dakota Dunes. And she didn't want him anywhere near her, afraid he might get sick because he had enough problems. So, you know, if you want to go after Carl, that's fine, but I'm going to stand up and say, he's doing pretty good and he's trying to help. So he's trying to build things in this county to try and make it better. And if you drive on the roads, one last point, if you drive on the roads past these barns, they're in pretty good shape. And they're not in good shape because the township is spending extra money on them. We spent $5,000 on gravel on our roads. I've graded it probably 6 or 7 times this year. The township's done it 3 times. Carl and Jay and Louie are doing the same exact things.
Mr. Gunderson, I think you've made your point, sir. Thank
Just
you.
one quick question. How many CAFOs does Carl have?
I think he has 5 running and he has permits and litigation on the rest of it.
One more question. What's the load limit on the gravel road?
I have no idea. I don't drive a truck.
There's none. There's none.
No.
So you can drive an 80,000 pound truck or one that's got permits to carry 120,000, pull on a gravel road and squish.
All right, thank you. We are moving on to item number 8.
I just wanted to make one comment. It's not about anybody, but it is kind of concerning because we've been told time and time again that these are going to bring all these tax dollars in, and we have operations that haven't even been in existence a year yet and already getting humongous tax breaks. And now there's talk at the state level of redoing the way to evaluate them altogether to reduce taxes even more. That's pretty concerning when nobody's looking at the person with the house who has trouble making house payments, they're paying their fair share. I think other
Okay,
people should
so-
pay their fair share, and that's all I have.
Since you brought that up, did anybody actually do the calculation on the hog barn that got the reduction?
I think it's more of the fact of the matter
I think
that
I got it here, Lori, you can correct me. $683, is that? So the valuation was lowered about $404,000, 85% on an ag basis. And when you use the levy, it was $3,414. But it's only at 20% because of the discretionary formula the first year. So $683 was the tax reduction that Mr. Gunderson received. I just wanted to make that clear for the record, because everybody's throwing around innuendos, and I like numbers. So now we will move on. Item number 9, Commissioner Swenson, Johnson Bridge.
we're,
Or 8, sorry, forgive me. Oh, I did, yeah. Unique supplemental benefits, I skipped number 8, I apologize. I wrote something very near to it and thought it was crossed off, so sorry about that, sir.
Oh,
Mr. Brown, please state your name if you would.
Tony Graham, Commissioner, thank you all so much for allowing me to have the time allotted tonight. I'll be short to the point, that way if you have any questions, be able to answer those. So, my name is Cody. I am obviously, you'll hear me talking like that boy from around here, isn't he? And so, I actually moved up from Arkansas to central Nebraska about 2 years ago. Started working with the company I'm currently with, which is Global Life. We have more people insured with life insurance than any other company in the United States. We were the one supplemental company that Warren Buffett jumped into because he saw the value of the permanent side of the insurance that we provide. In doing that, we began to grow our business. Me and my wife, we started to build with other businesses, and I thought it would start in Nebraska. And I just left Arkansas to move up here, and everybody would start buying me the Husker stuff and all that, which fine. I love football, love whatever, and then everything started in Siouxland, and then a little bit north, and long story short, looks like we're going to open brick and mortar in South Dakota. Me and my wife are actually looking in between.
how about Yankton?
Well, my choice for where the brick and mortar goes, that's not my choice. I'm not the one paying for that. The owner of the offices are. But where I'm getting at, we're looking for a house outside of the city side of things. We're kind of country side of things, people. And so from what I've been told and see coming in, I've noticed the amazing Easton Center coming in, and I'm a big outdoorsman, and I've noticed that South Dakota kind of has a thing for motorcycles up here a little bit. Started this kind of thing, and then so have my own there, and just a big outdoorsman, and just love the state in general. So we're really excited to be moving up here. But I say that because I was always taught, I was raised by my grandpa, who stepped in when my dad didn't, and he was an old Vietnam Navy vet, and really taught me. I'm not like many people my age. I'm kind of a different cat. But he taught me, you don't just buy and jump in to a business with somebody. You're doing business with a person, not just the product. And so I'm just kind of telling you where I come from with that. But we do supplemental benefits, and a lot of times you hear that, it comes with a pitch and all that stuff, and I'm not going to lie, I'm not going to pitch. That's not who I am. I'm not a pitch guy. I'll tell people what we offer relationship. I'm personal. I can tell you that every business card I give to every person that we take care of has my personal cell phone that goes to the same number I've had since 7th grade when I got my first Nokia cell phone with a snake on it. If y'all remember that. You laughed, you played it. We lost about 10,000 times too. Anyway, so we offer, the main thing we're known for is our group term life. We're able to offer life insurance that is neither term nor whole life. It actually covers you to age, it says 100, that's the latest you can be paid up. So you have the option, if you're younger, to be paid up at 65. That means you never make another payment. I don't know about you, but if I could be paid up, never make another payment, still covered, that's what I'm doing right now. Me and my wife signed up. We're being paid up at 65. You also have the option, if you're getting out a little bit later, to be paid up at 100. Benefits going to cover you. All the clauses make sure that you're covered to age 120. We haven't had anybody living past that yet. So maybe you know somebody that has. There's a lot of what ifs, but covers age 120. The good thing about us is we're a stock company versus a mutual company. So our policy numbers never change. It's set. You set a company, you set your policy amount, your premium. Let's say you set, X amount a week, $10 a week, got a random number. No matter what happens, you go through a battle with cancer, you go through a heart attack, a stroke, it never changes. And for me, that was a big deal because heart attack runs in my family, stroke runs in my family. My dad's side, cancer runs in that side of the family. So for me, those kind of clauses were huge because I spent 12 years in ministry, and then to move to this, it was a real search for what company I wanted to do, to move in with. And so when I heard about the permanent side, that's what really stuck out to me. And doing this in worksite, we have some things that are very beneficial. In fact, one of the number one things we do when we move to a new area, we work with cities and county governments. So that's one reason why I'm here tonight. And I set this up because when we talk, we don't have to ask tobacco questions, and we don't have to ask gender questions. And because of that, you don't get as many knocks, especially on tobacco question. How many times has somebody tried to apply for a cancer thing because they chew or because they smoked when they were, 20 years ago? They can't get the cancer coverage they need, and then they end up with cancer. For example, my dad ended up, so he didn't raise him, he came back in my life later on, ended up with stage 4 lung cancer, ended up surviving, but $40,000 in debt. He would have had this policy that he would have paid $5 a week for because of his age and his height and that kind of stuff. He would have ended up being able to pay his bills. Obviously, major medical would have helped with that, but this being supplemental, he would have been able to pay his bills, put some in his pocket, pay his car payment, and not have to live with his sister after all that happened. But instead, when I lived in Arkansas, when all this was going on, I would drive 2 hours, pick him up, take him to the hospital, drive him back, and then go back home every Tuesday because he didn't have adequate insurance to take care of. And so the group term insurance, you got 2 options. You got cancer endurance. We have an accident policy. Now, this is another one of those things, again, being known for the life. This is one that every time I sign somebody up, especially in South Dakota, I don't know what it is. Everywhere I've been with this company, it's been $3. You move to South Dakota, it changes to $2.50. I guess y'all are just that much healthier up here. Congratulations, 50 cents healthier. So you do that, covers up, it's got a bunch of benefits. The main one you're going to see, up to $500 every time you go to the hospital for anything other than the sickness. If it's $2 a week, it comes out to about $110 a year. So one time at the hospital, it covers, right? Because you're going to have an x-ray or a this or that, and that goes to you, not to the doctor's office. So it helps you cover the missed rent, the cut, whatever time you missed for that injury. And that's at work and at home, can also be put on your family. By South Dakota state laws, any of these policies can be put on your loved ones, the exact same issue, whereas in Nebraska, you can only put half on your loved one as you. So anyway, we also have intensive care. Basically what that is if, you're in a position where you think you're going to have a lot of surgeries or something like that, and you think you're going to need intensive care protection. That's just kind of an animal thing. Again, our focus is the life. Some of the things that I just want to point out in our uniqueness with this and why I think we would be a good partnership for Yankton County. We're unique in that we're portable. Somebody leaves here, they can take it with them, and they don't have to re-up their premium. There's no jump again. There's no reevaluation. There's no re-examination. There's no examination anyway. It's 9 questions and out the door. So you ask it, you leave, you call me, not an 800 number, you call me and go, Cody, this person left. I call them and go, okay, you don't worry about it, don't pay that bill, I'll take care of it. We put it on their bank account if they want to keep it. If not, they're taken care of. The hassle's off you, that's my job. Second, we tailor fit it, right? Because $100,000 to one person is not $100,000 to the next person, right? $50,000 to one is not $50,000 to another. $50,000 to a single person is not $50,000. I'm a dad with 2 kids, 3-year-old and 1-year-old. If you've ever had kids, you know that money don't stretch as far as it used to, and it was just you and your spouse, right? And so for me, money just don't go as far because you have all these bills and all these separate things. So when I go in and talk to somebody, we take all these things into consideration. Instead of saying, here's what you need and fit for, I go in and talk about what their needs are, what they want to cover. And then we'll talk about what their financial stability is, take their hourly wage, help them try to fit that to an hour, maybe 2 hours of work. That way they're not hurting their budget. So you think about it, what's the first thing to go in a financial stress? They're going to look at supplementals and go, okay, I can do without that for a while. And so I try to find a way where they don't have to do without it. Because it's when we think we don't need it, is when we're going to really need it. So you got it's portable, it's tailor fits, it's unique. You know, the beauty of it, every dollar that an employee is going to take out, that's money that the county doesn't have to pay the FICA taxes, the payroll taxes, the social security taxes, because it's a pre-tax benefit. So you think about that. How many total employees is in the county? About ballpark. 100. So you take that and you take, I don't know, an average hourly wage, and you take that per week, and you think, well, that may just be a small percentage of the tax money. But if the county's not paying that much tax money, that's a lot of savings. So we're able to save that through the pre-tax. Another thing is, no contracts for the county. We're able to offer it to them. We keep it simple. Thing is, I'm personal, I keep it simple. And the best thing is, they, instead of doing advertisements on TV, which, I mean, I get it, it's cute, it's funny, it's memorable. You know, people remember all the jingles. I still remember the Stanley Singer jingle, right? But, man, we don't do commercials. You've never seen a Globe Life Liberty National commercial. What we do is we have 2 policies that we give to people. We'd rather invest in people than things, because people build cities and counties, not things. So if we invest in people, those people turn around and change people. So we understand if we give people an accidental death coverage for them and their spouse and their children, that impacts people. That's showing you care about them. So just for sitting down with me, I'm able to give them $3,000 for them, $3,000 for a spouse, $1,000 for each dependent child, and a discount card for hearing, vision, chiropractic, and pharmaceuticals. Now, is it much? No, but it's absolutely cost-free, no strings attached, and it goes on behalf of the county. So it's a benefit from you guys. And all it does is it gives them opportunities. It's really a win-win for the county because you're able to offer them benefits. It's 100% voluntary for them. All we're asking to do is permission to offer. My thing is, with us moving up, being local, and even now, the crazy thing is, I didn't even realize how far it was from here to Sioux. So I was talking to one of my trainees this week, and they said, "Oh, you're driving all, that far," because I'm living in currently still central Nebraska. We're getting ready to move in the next month and a half. And they said, "Oh, you're driving up there?" I said, "Yeah." I said, like 30 minutes, because I'm not used. I'm stopping in between, and I'm doing all this stuff. And I said, she goes, "You're tiny. You're terrible at guessing time." I said, "No, not really, because we're talking to people the whole way." I would end with that and just say that, in the midst of uncertain times, we don't have an answer. It's like, wherever you stand on all this junk that's going around, doesn't matter. The truth in life is, we're all going to face death sometime, and we all have people we love in our lives. Yeah, some people may already have life insurance. So I'm just telling you, I have something that I think can change a lot of people in your organization. And I can do it at a very affordable rate. And I can save you some money in the process. And I would really like the opportunity to just have that conversation. Again, no contracts, no strings attached. Do it personally. And I'd just like to field the questions if you have them, so.
Your grandfather still alive?
Yes, sir.
He's a Vietnam vet.
Sir. Very end, but yes, sir.
You tell him welcome home. I got something for you.
Sir.
Here you go.
Absolutely, sir.
Any questions from the commissioners at this point?
Yes, sir.
We need to, are you looking for action tonight, or is this just an
If you would
informational?
want to take
Let's
action,
look at it.
yes, ma'am. If you think it would be beneficial, and would like to do it, I would love to help out with it. Again, it's completely voluntary. It actually, you know, and I understand being a county, you probably already have at least some accidental stuff in place, being that, you know, with your roads department, things like that. We actually don't replace anything. In fact, a majority of my companies have other supplemental companies, even multiples. We go right along the side, and if they have multiples and they want that and they can afford that, and that's what they want, they're able to take it. Doesn't interfere. So.
I could email the department heads and check in, have them ask their employees if they would be interested. To speak with them.
Yep, I think that's probably the best approach to begin with. Do you have rate sheets or anything you could provide for the employees to look at?
Everything is calculated based on age, weight, kind of thing. So the best way to do the qualification is just, you know, basically an agreement that, you know, the basics. We're not going to be racist. We're not going to judge against nationality or age kind of stuff. And then we will be in compliance. We're not going to like say, hey, you're this way, we won't offer it. So we're able to get that group number, and by doing that, we can give the rates if that makes sense.
Yep.
So the qualification is a couple signatures. It's funny, the company even put on this is not a contract. Somebody had to have that put on there, but yeah, you know, the easiest way to get that. Is there something I would follow up with that, and you get the qualification, take it, and then give the rates to the, you know, worst case, anybody can get the no cost, and everybody in the county, so let's say you had 100 out of 100 can get 2 no costs. And our thing is, our company loves to take care of people, whether we sign up people or not. We would rather build a relationship. If nobody takes it, nobody takes it. We're still protecting those families.
So we have a department head meeting tomorrow morning, and we'll talk to our department heads about this, and we will circle back with you
Absolutely.
after that meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Already.
So we were to approve,
I'll take one of your cards.
If we were to approve this or, you know, give the opportunity, how would that work through the employees? You contact them, or they contact you, do we schedule a week? What is that process?
So usually how we do counties is based on different departments scheduling. So for example, the last one that I did was a roads county, roads department. So obviously they're gonna be out and working. I'm flexible in the fact that I'll go wherever I need to be and whatever. In fact, I've enrolled somebody at a service system, like a restoration company, where I was in my duck hunting waders, standing in the middle of a flooded living room while they were cleaning, and I'm doing their insurance information. My point is, you know, at Rose County, they had this specific group needed to do it at 6 o'clock in the morning. The court system needed to do it here, and the sheriff needed to do it here. We do it by department, what is best. And I usually bring in breakfast and all, or lunch, whatever it fits. So meeting the needs in a flexible way. I don't know, the way I see it is it's my job to be flexible.
Any other questions for this gentleman? All right, thank you for coming down, appreciate it, or coming up, I should say.
Looking forward to living here.
All right. Thank you.
I'm looking for a place that my neighbor passed away not too long ago down the road. There's also be coming up. Sits on a half acre, 10 years old.
I'm gonna give you one of these too, so yeah, email me that information, we'll look at it.
We'll take your tax money, we need it.
All right. Now, we are moving on to item number 9 for Mr. Swenson on Johnson Bridge.
Being on back to back, I'd like to sit here, I've got some visual aids, let's drag them all up there to the front fall apart. So I'd just like to sit here. Johnson Bridge, boy, I remember when it was built, because I grew up out there, about 61 years ago. The road was built up because it flooded, and now it's flooded again over the top of the road. I'm going to make an analogy. We've got 4 bridges in Yankton County. They all need to be replaced. We all voted here about too long ago that the Stone Church Bridge should be replaced first, and the other ones maybe Fleet next. Johnson will probably be last because it had some major repairs done to it recently. 3 big cracks in the wells, if you remember right. And so that one's, probably good for a while. But my analogy is, Joe Healy's a John Deere farmer, tractor. I've got him too. But I'm going to make an analogy. I'm not picking on you, Joe. I just know that you got John Deere's. Joe's got 4 John Deere tractors. And his banker says, Joe, I just can't throw any more money until show a profit or a big one or, get a big crop. You get these 4 tractors here, so what are you going to do? My proposal is that we take one of those tractors and use it sparingly. Common sense. And so if the crop doesn't come in, we wear these 3 up, we still got a spare there, it's almost like new. This is what we need to do with the Johnson Bridge. It's not highly traveled. I know, I grew up out there. The Fleet Bridge has got a lot of traffic. The other 2 bridges, same way. What I propose, we take and limit the Johnson to only car traffic, not truck traffic. A truck does the same damage as 9,600 automobiles, 1 semi-truck. And for me to stand up there and count 9,600 vehicles going across the Johnson Bridge, I'll probably be there for a bunch of Sundays. So if we can eliminate the damage to Johnson, we can be assured that we don't have to worry about a collapse or some kind of damage from the flood, from the heavyweight, plus the fact that it's been repaired. So if we limit that Johnson to only car traffic and then reroute, I know it's going to be a problem for a few guys, but there's 20,000 people in Yankton County. We can't satisfy them all. But it's common sense to use that bridge sparingly. So I want to see a vote today. And I suppose I'll get objection for that because I'll take your advice. But to limit that Johnson Bridge to car traffic only, and not to pickups, and don't start trying to say, well, we can't get across there with a horse trailer, because I know horse trailers, because we've got one, my partner and I, and he puts it full of bales. He's got dual tandems on the back, so we're not gonna let something like that go across, because that weighs as much as a truck. So if we limit that Johnson Bridge with this car traffic, don't feel the traffic there. They can go down the Welchtown Road, which they do, some of them anyway, even if they're not supposed to, or they can go 4681. And it'll assure that we've got one bridge that we're kind of just putting in the safety zone and keeping it there. So that it'll probably be the last one we replace anyway. So that's my proposal, and I would like to see a vote on it and some discussion about it, what you think about it. It's just common sense to save that one, like I said, one tractor for a rainy day. And we had plenty of them last year. So there we go.
Further comments by the other commissioners?
How do you propose to do that, Gary?
I can't hear you.
How do you propose to do that?
How do I propose to do it? Well, we'll put signs up on each end of that road from the Welchtown, which is 444, up to Highway 81, where that road ends. and put on their clothes, the only thing except car traffic. Oh, sure, some of them are gonna jump on it, but we can plug some game cameras on there that don't cost much. And we can get license numbers, and we can figure out who's going across here. There's people that live out there that'll help us out. They start seeing semis going across there with truckloads of gravel. Don't worry, there's plenty of people out there that'll tell us. I know of a couple, I got a relative out there too. And it's just gonna save taxpayer money, and it's gonna ensure that that bridge stays in good shape.
Any other comments? There being none, I would entertain any type of motion that is proposed.
Okay, I'll make the motion. I make a motion that we close the Johnson Bridge to truck traffic and have it only for automobile traffic in order to save that bridge after it's had its extensive repairs the last few years where it was closed for a long time. So that's my proposal, and I want to see a vote on it. I'm sure it'll probably die. That's okay.
So there's a motion on the floor to limit the Johnson Bridge to car traffic only, no trucks. Do I have a second?
What about tractors?
If tractors have license plates on them? Yeah. Colorado, they do. Jerry, you live in Colorado. You don't know that.
That would be in this statement. Is there a second? So the motion will die for lack of a second. Moving on to item number 10, which is also Commissioner Swenson employee wage freeze.
I'm going to quote a phrase from our late president that the people don't remember weren't even born yet. I was 11 years old when he was inaugurated in January of 1961. Ask not what your country can do for you, but ask what you can do for your country. Now, there's a proposal for a raise for county employees of 2.5%. There's also an issue of a wheel tax to add $1 that Charlie brought up last time. It'll generate about $113,000. But the pay raise of 2.5% for the county employees of about 100 will be about $136,000 give or take. Well, the 113 isn't even going to cancel out the 136. My proposal is that we freeze the wages for the 100 county employees for 2 years. That'll give us not only $136,000, it'll give us all of that. Okay, now I've got something else to tell you. I don't know how many of these people here have ever donated to the county, but I have. Back when Sheriff Dave Hunoff was elected and re-elected 6 more times after that, he made a promise in his campaign speech that he would start a reserve deputy sheriff force. I had lived in Kansas working for the pipeline prior to that. I was familiar with it. There was 40 reserve deputies unpaid, but they were all certified as deputies. They had the same duties and they had the same authority as a paid deputy. I was one of Dave Hunoff's reserve deputies for over 3.5 years, while I worked a full-time job at KNAP Pipeline for over 25 years. This is a letter from Sheriff Dave Hunoff. I'm going to read it to you. To whom it may concern, I'm writing this letter in support on behalf of Gary Swenson. Mr. Swenson was a volunteer reserve deputy sheriff at the Yankton County Sheriff's Office in the 80s. To achieve this position, Mr. Swenson underwent considerable training, was eventually deputized, wore a uniform, volunteered his services to Yankton County in a number of ways. Gary Swenson assisted and participated in providing safety and security for citizens on our federal parks, state parks, and parades, community functions of all kinds. He also patrolled with other reserve deputies and certified deputies to give extra safety to the public and deputies as well. In addition, Mr. Swenson provided and assisted in guarding and transporting prisoners
assisting in arrests of violators and helping at accident scenes. Mr. Swenson provided commendable service with no compensation for those years. I served as Yankton County Sheriff at that time, and I recall Mr. Swenson well. He had an excellent attitude, was well liked, and an enthusiastic volunteer. I hope this letter of recommendation assists him in whatever pursuits or endeavors he is trying to achieve. I firmly believe that he would be an asset to your organization. With very best regard, Sheriff Dave, Yankton County Sheriff, dated July 15th, 2006. Now, I've volunteered my time to the county. If the hired employees can't get some skin in the game and donate their suspected cost of living raise of 2.5%, I'd say that they don't love Yankton County as much as I do. Plus the other fact, in North Dakota, in Cass County, the commissioners voted recently unanimously, I'm not a very good speaker, unanimously to not give the county employees a raise. And I have those documents right here. For the reason was that the government, survey, which was done by the federal government, that actually in the Midwest, we've actually had a 0.7% deficit in the cost of living during this pandemic for the first half. So their 2021 raises for their county employees is nothing. Now they are considering some other alternatives for raises for people with outstanding performance, and it's a case-by-case basis, which I like. So there's two reasons. The one that I did, if somebody else can tell me in this commission that they've donated almost 3.5 years of their life while they worked a full-time job to the Yankton County, you step right up to the plate, because I want to hear your story. Because I love Yankton County.
Any other commissioners like to make a comment during this discussion?
I'd say Gary just did an outstanding political campaign.
All right. Well, we cannot do item number 11 quite yet because it is scheduled for 7 o'clock and I have a clock that says we are 2 or 3 minutes before 7. So we will pause a couple minutes before we have the official hearing for the first reading of amendments to our ordinance. So bear with us.
Would it be possible to go through the requirements?
Good idea. We have 1, 2, 3 conditional use permits on our Board of Adjustment discussion tonight. Does the state's attorney have any comment on how the change to state law affects our ordinance here? Your microphone's not on. Are you pushed a little?
Middle one. There you go.
Perfect.
We did call the Attorney General's office. Obviously, with the law going into effect July 1st, there isn't information out there at this point. We did not hear back from the Attorney General's office, but given all of the information that's been provided, that was provided prior to the enactment. At this time, I would say the new requirement as set forth by Governor Nome would be the requirement to follow for conditional use permits. That was our specific question to your Attorney General's office. We did not get a call back. He was going to call us back, and as of 5 o'clock today, we have not. So, given the fact that that is what's currently state law, if it differs from what we have, which it does, if there was to be an issue, it would be to decide on what the new statute says.
Okay, so the new statute states the majority of the board, which would be 3, and our current ordinance requires a vote of 4. So tonight, when we hear conditional use, we only need 3 votes to approve. Now, the variances stand at 4, because that was not changed.
That portion was not affected by the legislation.
Are there any questions by the commissioners?
Yeah, I mean, reading section 203 of our zoning ordinance, no building structure, land, shall hereafter be used, occupied, and no building structure or part thereof shall be erected, constructed, reconstructed, or moved, except in conformity with all regulations specified herein. So my concern is I understand what you guys are saying, but what happens if we approve these conditional use permits with 3 and the law gets overturned or something happens? It's certainly not within conformance in section 203 of our zoning ordinance. Do we put that applicant in jeopardy? I would advise we err on the side of caution until we get a definite answer from the state. I'd hate for one of these individuals to start building a building or building a campground and we find out a month or 2 later that it got overturned or something to that effect. So I think there's a real risk to some of these people. That's my concern.
The question is who takes precedent.
And that's the problem. That was our specific question, Commissioner Clement, because the ordinance, Yankton County ordinance is more restrictive now. But if you look at the change, our ordinance was consistent with state law. Under no, it's now changed as of July 1st, and everything that you read, it was to be consistent across the state of South Dakota. So our question was, since our ordinance requires a different and a more stringent review, would we trump state law? And again, the Attorney General did not get back to us. I would say at this point, given the conditional uses that are on the agenda for tonight, if anyone felt that there may be an issue and they wanted to hold off on that, that could be something. But again, we did everything possible to get an answer for you for tonight, knowing there were some on the agenda, and we did not get that. And as far as I know, again, because the law just went into effect in July, there's been no conversation about it. The only conversation occurred prior to the enactment. And when you read that, it's pretty clear the intent was to make every county have the same voting requirements across the state of South Dakota, which if you take that into account, it would say go with state law versus our strict requirements. I wish I could definitively, but unfortunately it's new, so we're still waiting.
Any other questions on the commission part?
I'd just like to reiterate Dan Clemish's erring on the side of caution. If you remember correctly, when we terminated an employee last year, the assistant state's attorney, not Deb, because the one that gave us the bad advice about terminating, it doesn't work for the county anymore. That individual, ex-assistant state's attorney, gave us the bad advice that created us to violate open meeting laws. Because the state's attorney was not here, as he's not here again tonight. So I'm
as
gonna stick
of,
with Dan because I don't want to get into another sticker like that. Yeah, you're a good deal and everything, but you're not the state's attorney.
Mr. Clemish, I would say either way it could be, because again, if you deny one saying you didn't meet our zoning requirement, and it's clear that the state statute didn't require that, you're in the same boat. I guess again, I was at the planning commission. I'm aware of the CUPs that are on the schedule for tonight. If Mr. Vetter or whoever the applicant was said, I want to wait until we get clarification, they certainly could do that tonight and wait until we hear from the Attorney General's office specifically.
We will have that discussion when we go into Board of Adjustment then, with each of the applicants.
Can we get your opinion on this, Yuri, or do you have one you'd like to share?
No, I think I agree that, you know, you should give the option to the applicant.
Gary, can you come up to speaker? The people at home can't hear you. I'm sorry. They keep tagging you.
I think I agree that you give the applicants their choice if they want to move forward tonight to take the vote as the state's attorneys recommends.
Thank you. So we will revisit that conversation when we go into Board of Adjustment as we hear each of those CUPs. At this time, it is now 7:05. And Gary, would you come up and go ahead and read what you need to read, please?
Basically, this is per ordinance 2024. This is the first reading of the adoption of proposed amendments to ordinance 2020 definitions in Article 5, agricultural district. And with that, we can open up discussion.
All right, so at this time, this is a public hearing. A few rules, because I have a feeling we're going to have lots of people come up and want to speak. So you will each be given 3 minutes out of respect for everyone's time. I will not ask for for and against. I will just ask for people to come up and speak. I do ask that you try to keep your comments positive. Please try not to attack other folks, if you will. This is a public hearing. We are seeking your opinion, so please share it as neutrally as you can. So with that being said, now is the time for a public hearing. Who would like to speak first? Yes, sir.
Excuse me, sure. What are we discussing? What is the issue?
The changes made?
Yes, what are we?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, sir. Come on, like, come in.
My name is Fred Schultz, and I met Joel at DNR meeting, and we raise hogs for over 20 years. Our buildings are about 600 to 800 feet from our house. Bruce knows me. We went to church together. I was an RN for 17 years in the emergency department at Sacred Heart, and in the operating room at Lewis and Clark Specialty Hospital. So all that while, I always was a farmer. We don't have much land. My wife and I didn't inherit anything. What we did, we had to do on our own. And we started back in 1999 with Murphy Family Farms, Wendell Murphy. And we put up a site, and they borrowed us the money out of North Carolina. And the banks were all behind it because it was a way of making a cash flow for young families that had no other way to do it. We couldn't afford to buy land. It gave us the opportunity, myself and all my other brothers, we all raised livestock. And it's just, we'd all love to be crop farmers, but we can't all be crop farmers because there's just not enough land. So some of us have to do it with livestock. I came tonight because I had heard there was some discussion about not allowing manure lines, pumping lines, to go through culverts anymore. And it's very hard to keep all your manure in one section because you don't always own all the land in one section. Sometimes you have to get to another section. And we've never had a break in a line ever. And the pumps are set up with safety equipment, mercury switches, that if there is a loss of volume, it shuts everything off. We have to follow strict DENR regulations because I am, at the time we applied, it was 1,000 animal units. which we haven't done because we've gone to weaner finish. And weaner finish means little pigs come in, so they're in the facility longer. You can no longer do 1,000 animal units, but that's what we originally signed up with, so that's what we have. It afforded us the opportunity to, in our entire life now, I'm 35, okay, so, to buy 40 acres of land, which we never could have done on an RN salary. I don't know, what can I say? We have dirt in our blood. And it just seems kind of unfair to me that if we do that for somebody who's raised hogs in their family, our buildings are, like I said, 600 to 800 feet from our house. It truly is a family farm. I'm getting close to retirement. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them. But it wasn't, I don't know. Eisenbrom's here in Yankton, they did the facility for us. I was born here at Sacred Heart, lived here all my life.
Where blocks do you live at?
The northern part of Janesville Township, for Midway stores, you know where Midway's at?
Absolutely.
Yep, 3 west and about 2 north, right in that area.
I go by landmarks instead of the street numbers.
Yes.
I can work that way, just like you do.
Yep. Now I do realize, I'm sorry, I just want to say one thing. I do realize there are people in this for a lot of money. That was not our situation. Because we still don't have a lot of money. So, that's good.
98% of the rest of us.
But my main point is this. We can't all be crop farmers, even though we'd love to. I'd love to sit in that John Deere with that air conditioned cab instead of, pulling calves and loading hogs in the middle of the night. Hard work. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Out of respect for his question, I'm going to scan through and hit some of the highlights of some of the proposed changes if everyone would be patient with me, and I will not hit them all because there are many minor changes.
Well,
So
I think if you're gonna read them, you should read them all. Because you don't know who's gonna have a concern about what, and this has been.
yep, and as I said, I will do my best, and if you scroll through with me, and the ones I miss, you can chime in at the end.
I guess my concern is if we're gonna read them, let's read them all, or none of them, because there might be something that somebody skips. This has been available for how long, Gary?
Few weeks already.
Weeks. And so I guess if we're gonna read them, let's read through the whole thing. And that way we won't miss it.
Opinions by the other commissioners.
And I'd still like to have you take your mask down, Sherry, because nobody can hear you.
Thank you, Gary. Don?
I would suggest that we just touch on the highlights. This has been out for several weeks, which I was aware of.
And really,
People should have reviewed them, and they still can review them. We have a further read in 2 weeks?
In 2 weeks, there will be a second reading. Joe?
I'm okay with just moving with public comment. I think we've got another hearing coming in 2 weeks. I know there's people that have heard there's changes. Just make it clear that they are available online on the plan and zoning webpage. And any specific concerns, you can call any one of us or email or whatnot.
And they're on the commissioner packet as well, so they're in 2 locations. All right, then, I will refrain from walking through the highlights, if you will. But I do encourage you to go out to the county's website, and if you can't find them, give me a phone call, 653-0910, and I will email them to you.
Most people don't have internet. There's people out there in the country that don't. I personally don't.
Well, I would certainly.
I'll email that to him.
They can stop and get a copy.
Yeah, that's good. But you just say, well, you just email it out, just like it, no job is impossible to the person that's not going to do it.
Well,
and you're not going to do it.
Thank you for pointing that out, Gary. I appreciate that.
We always have copies, hard copies available at
Yes.
the office for pickup.
Okay. So at this time, let's proceed with public comment. Joe, are you going to keep with the timing? Thank
I
you.
will.
So, next. No public comment. Go ahead, come forward. Please state your name when you get to the podium.
John Gunderson, I read South Dakota. I guess I have two questions. One, I've gone through the packet, Commissioner's packet, gone through the changes. I haven't seen a cost benefit of ratio of what you estimate the cost of these changes to the ordinance would be. And I'd like to see a comparison of that of benefits. And the second issue is a little bit more fundamental. I realize it's been on the website and I realize there's been discussion, but this discussion also is going on at a time of pandemic where people have been really unable to attend the meetings or have tried to watch things on internet connections that have been sketchy at times. And I really question what the need and the rush of doing this now is. You're not going to issue any more permits. We know that. You've got $150,000, $200,000 of pending litigation going against you now with the stuff you have done. And maybe it would be time to,
Some of those are yours.
excuse me, ours is completed, Mr. Clemish, as you are aware. And I think that maybe you should put a stay on this until we can really get through this. As several have pointed out, there are a lot of changes in here. I guess I'm concerned, when I started farming in 1976, we had about 450 farmers in the county. We're down to about 100 and, pick your number, 100 to 120 now. As I read these changes, you're going to take out most of the livestock people. And in another 10 or 15 years, you're going to be down to under 50 farmers and half of those are located out of the county. So I really hope that you can defer this until we have some more time to go through this and get it out of the way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Further comments from the public?
Hey, Chair, Measure Hill. As Mr. Gunderson said, there's a lot of changes being proposed. I only want to speak on one part of those. Our professional agriculture people are far more qualified to speak on the rest of the items than I am. So I'll let them talk about that. But I am in favor of the changes that are being proposed for setbacks. Hog cables have been a huge issue in the county the last 3 years. And I, like most people, am not opposed to cables. And like most people, I am opposed to the consequences that have resulted from the manner in which cables have been approved and built in this county. And we're all aware of those consequences, reduction in property values, reduction in property rights, reduction in air quality, threats to health, and so forth. So I'm in favor of the amended setback requirements. I think they'll do a great deal to eliminate the consequences, the negative consequences of cable operation, and eliminate a lot of the contention in the county. I think that placing cable within 75 feet property line is just completely wrong and immoral. And I think when citizens refuse to treat their fellow citizens with respect and to respect their property rights, it's time for the county to step in and enforce the rule. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else care to make a public comment? Come on up.
As you know, I'm the one that took a petition out for the setbacks. And what I'd like to say is that, so there's a lot involved. People, we want economic development. And you're saying, well, people aren't going to come out there because of the smell or whatever. No, they know exactly what they want. And if they want to, that's their business. Build houses, we got tax money. We're short on tax money, as you know. And what I wrote up is, I don't think it's quarter mile. I don't think that's out of the ordinary. And no matter what happens, if it doesn't, and I'm not threatening, because I took a petition out and I got a lot of names. People don't like it. It's been contentious for a long time, and I'll take it to a vote again. And you know how that will go, probably. Because it's something that we got to watch our environment, our water tables, health issues. I mean, there's a lot of stuff on there that people don't want to talk about, but they're there. And it's not out of the ordinary that what I wrote is needs to be changed. And if it don't, we'll let the public take care of it, and they will take care of it. Because this is our county, just not a few. That's what we forget. There's a few that have a lot of things that they don't control. We control, we all pay taxes. And these taxes are going on the site, and they're going to get worse. So I just wanted to say that I'm not threatening, but I will take it to a vote. I have two other issues, the setback, the number of animals, and then the acreage. Really, you talk about economic development, you talk to any banker that a person wants to build out the county, and they gotta have 5 acres, that's a bunch of crap. Sorry. 2 acres are fine. And most people don't want more than that because of cutting of the weeds, upkeep, they don't want that. But, you can take it, you can procrastinate as long as you want. But whenever you make the decision, if it's not the right decision, I'll take a petition out and let them vote again. No problem. So that's all I'm going to say.
And taking things to the public before.
Oh, yeah. Wheel tax, I seen that wheel tax come up, and I'll have comment on that. I took it up 2 petitions, and they got people, my suggestion on that, I'll talk about it. They're not good. I'll take a look at that too. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else care to make a public comment? Come forward, please. State your name.
Louis Johnson, Ballin. As far as the acreages, they're nice. They're good. As far as the CAFOs, I think that has been overstated and exaggerated way out of line. As far as wear and tear on the roads, I maintain the roads past, I think, all but 3 of the CAFOs in the county. And as far as I know, the ones that I go past have not cost the county a nickel. If there was road damage, the producer paid to fix the road. And in some cases, tens of thousands of dollars to fix the road. And he's not the only one that's using them. And I'd be willing to take anybody on any of the roads past the CAFO, and they can foretell where they're at, and they can drive the road and see how they compare to other roads. The other thing I have with this 2-acre building site, if I have to have a 75-foot setback, or a quarter-mile setback, or a half-a-mile setback, I want to see the 2-acre building sites have the same setback as the farmers have built. if you want to feed livestock. And the only other question I have is, okay, I decide not to put up a cable. I'm gonna pull in a school bus and put in 150 pigs right next to me in my bare field, and if it happens to be across the fence from somebody's acreage, there is no setback for free-range livestock. And I don't know, I raised them under, just like the ones in the building. The only thing is, the ones in the building are a whole lot more efficient. And efficiency is the name of the game, and if you don't believe that the modern pork production system is efficient, check the price of pork loin. Compare that to people. See which is more affordable. Thank you.
Wait a minute. Louis Johnson and I have known each other since we were freshmen in high school. In fact, I was in your wedding, wasn't it? Yeah. Anyway, we agree and disagree and tell stories. I think we're still friends. Anyway, you know, some of these farmers have brought some of these problems on themselves or their parents or their grandparents. And I'm not picking on you, but I'll use you an example. There's people that live on acreages, huge acreage there, and there's a hog farm here, and there's a big farm here. That you yourself have sold off acreages, haven't you? Yeah. So if you would have torn those trees out like this hog farm down here on Highway 50 around the big curve did, there wouldn't be any neighbors living there, would there?
Nope. No,
But you decided to sell that. Yeah. You decided to sell it for about 4 times what it was worth on regular land, right? So you made a profit.
It was worth it.
They got a nice home. Yeah. So you kind of, some of the farmers have brought it on themselves that way. That's what I'm just saying.
And I have gone in and I have wiped out one places with the acre.
But we also sold it.
And
And other people have too. I'm not picking on you. I know you won't beat me up. Because we know each other. I don't think you're right. First day over yet.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lloyd.
Madam Chairman, I just want to make a point clear, is we're not touching the acreage settings at all. It's remaining at 20 acres. It's not, so that is not.
Anyone else care to make a public comment? Yes, sir. Please come forward and state your name.
My name is Carter Dunn. So I guess I'm here in favor of the proposed changes, mainly due to environmental concerns. I think we really need to be looking at the county in the place you guys are leaving my generation and generations after. And I think it's pretty self-evident that over the long term, the damage that CAPOs do to the environment is bad, with runoff into streams and making the land less valuable, polluting the land, and air quality around that area. And so while the impacts may not be as badly seen right now, they're definitely going to get worse in the future. And so that is something I think needs to be considered. And we really need to be looking at what do we want to leave future generations. We want to have a county that people want to live in, people want to come and visit. We know tourism is a big economic output in our county, and people are not going to want to come to a place with polluted waterways. What you'll see is I lived in Iowa for multiple years, and they have pretty much unrestricted CAPO use, and you could not swim in multiple lakes or streams around where I live. You could not fish in those streams, and it's because of the runoff from these facilities. We do not want to see that happen in Yankton County. So that is why I stand in favor of these changes, because I really think that over the long term, the environmental impact is going to be very bad, and we're going to leave Yankton County in a worse place than it is now.
Sir, could you just spell your last name for us?
Demaray.
Thank you so much. Anyone else care to make a public comment? Anyone in the hallway here? Go ahead, come on up.
Dale Node. I'm in favor of these setbacks and changes because right now I have 1/3 of a mile from me. And of all the ones that I've visited around, this one seems to be much worse in smell. And I don't know why. I've had neighbors gone by and they said, man, I live half a mile from one and I never smell one like this one. I don't know what the difference is on this one, whether it's the feed additives that they're doing or whatever, but I do think that's a problem. And when we start looking at 75 feet or less from somebody's property, that's a problem.
Thank you, sir.
Gail, you had one approved 75 feet from your property line.
Anyone else care to make a public comment? I'll ask one more time. Anyone in the hall care to make a public comment? Oh, sir, come on, stand up.
Zane Williams, my range. Excuse me. I guess a couple of the things that I'm concerned about is Mr. Schultz pointed out the manure hoses and the right of ways. That will shut down several of the operations that are already in existence in Yankton County, not only his, but or we will have to use tankers, which will be harder on our roads. So I feel that that's a very safe and viable way to buy the manure out of those units. I do agree with page hirings and the setbacks. I do think we should go to a 1/4 mile setback on the current the two, and leave the numbers alone. I think when we go to 50 the 50 animals or the 201 animals to have a traditional piece of good, I think that's going to be one thing. I think it's going to be very unenforceable, or we will just have more people turning against each other and turning people in. So I do believe that we should have a 1/4 mile setback for these smaller operations and the houses alike. If you're going to build a house, you have to have that same setback. The road haul agreements that are in there are pointed at livestock development, and I think that that's very segregated because there's a lot of grain farms, and even me as a hay farm, we probably haul way more semi-loads of hay that have trucks going up and down our roads than some of these CAFOs. So it's a double-edged sword here. I think we're going to open the Yankton County up for more problems on some of those. Few of the high points that I feel. So thank you for your time.
Anyone else care to make a public comment? All right.
Oh, no, I thought you was one of them.
Is there somebody else?
Oh, is there someone?
Go ahead.
I can distract this for a moment so that you can hear me when I speak.
Now, you're recording, you just don't have the live stream of that.
That's the only part that's not working, the projector.
Do we want to take a 5-minute break?
It's just.
No. Go ahead.
All right. I'm Christy Schultz. I'm chairperson of the Planning and Zoning Board for Yankton County. And some people are under the misconception that this has been a rush deal. Please let me reassure them that we've been working on this for almost 18 months. And we have been working as a group on the Planning and Zoning Board
to try to come to a consensus for months and many, many hours of discussion, debate, and compromise. I realize that this is not a perfect document in many people's eyes. There are things about the changes that I'm not entirely comfortable with. But the thing about working together as a group is that when a true compromise has been met, no person is entirely happy. And that's the spirit of give and take. And that's what we've been working with for a very long time. To reassure people, these changes will not apply to operations that are already in existence. Those will be grandfathered in. Okay, so I realize that change is always scary, but we have been working on this for a very long time, and there has been much debate and work until long hours into the night. We went through this section of the ordinance line by line and discussed everything. There, as Mr. Klimisch mentioned, there's no 2-acre change happening at all in these amendments. It's still the 20-acre rule that was in the ordinance before. I think that we really, really gave this our best effort. I think that we did our best to try to be respectful. And I apologize to any members if at some point I seemed abrupt when we were working through this. Everybody has their passionate opinions, and we're all entitled to them. But we honestly gave this the best effort that we possibly could to come to a mutual agreement. And I hope that you will respect that, the time and the hours and the effort that we put into this, and please, please pass these changes. We really, really worked hard on this. Thank you very much for your time.
Anyone else care to make a public comment before we close public comment? All right, I see no hands or people coming forward at this time. Public comment is closed. Are there any comments by the commission before we move forward?
Everybody's got a tablet or a smartphone. I want you to look this up. It's called the Gulf of Mexico Dead Zone. The Gulf of Mexico Dead Zone. I'm just going to hit on a few highlights, what it is. It's about 6,000 to 7,000 acres down in the Gulf of Mexico. It's from nitrogen, phosphorus that comes from watersheds from within the Mississippi River Basin, from Montana to Pennsylvania, extending southward in the Mississippi River. This comes from major farming states, like Minnesota, Iowa, Wisconsin, Missouri, Tennessee, Arkansas, Louisiana. And this big dead zone, nothing lives there. Acid fish kills, you can read it for yourself. That young man that was here said it all. The future is in his hands. Some of us may not make it through the week, but guys like him are going to be here. What kind of future are we leaving for them with something this huge already? With continuous farming the way it's called, with practices. You know what they are. But please look this up. The Gulf of Mexico Dead Zone. And you can read it for yourself. It's shocking. Thank you.
Even for those who don't have internet or tablets, you have that available for them.
I can print some off and send them to you, and you can deliver it. How's that sound? In fact, I'll send it to you right now.
Any other commissioners care to make a comment before we move forward?
Well, I would like to comment. If we follow the changes that have been made in this, with the number of animals and setbacks, production agriculture, and livestock operations being no longer just plain won't be able to financially
Why is that done?
Why? You should know why.
Because we're not gonna put them 75 feet from people's property anymore.
49 head, 49 head.
Don, it's one animal unit now in our conditional use permit process. That's what our state's attorney has told us multiple times. It's one animal unit. This brings it up to 50. That's an increase if you ask me. Look in your document under 519 right now. It says one animal. This goes up to 50. We've gotten a lot of public comment from this, and people said, you know, we want a small number of animals, but there's no conditional use permit. And this provides exactly that.
So if a guy wants to have a 2,400 head finish, how does that fit?
Now or in the proposed unit? Subjects. Setback or
Number of animals,
you can still have that.
if you go through a conditional use.
Yes, yes, of course. It allows that, and if you look at the setbacks for these facilities, one of the things that we heard from multiple people is right now, if you look at our ordinance, Highway 50 and south has one setback, and the rest of the county has another. And we heard from multiple people, why is it fair? And, you know, example, and I'm not picking on you, why where you live, you get twice the protection and setbacks as everywhere else in the county. And
Mine zone different.
no, in ag. There's ag area south of Highway 50. Look up your zoning ordinance and go to new operations under number 4. There's 2 separate setback tables. There's one south of Highway 50 and there's one everywhere else. And the vast majority of people said they don't feel it's fair that one area of the county has this setback and one area has a setback that's different. And so we just need it uniform across the county as far as setbacks. And I think that's fair. It just makes sense to have one setback as opposed to 2 separate ones for different parts of the county. So that's why we did that.
I'd like to ask Commissioner Kettering a question. Kettering, have you ever been a full-time farmer with livestock, row crop, beans, corn, hogs, cattle? And have you filed a Schedule F on your income tax like I have, working a full-time job at the same time while I farm full-time? You ever done that now?
Your business.
One other thing, Don, to go off, we added something that hasn't been in the zoning ordinance before. We're allowing residents who, if they don't mind having a CAFO next to them, we're gonna allow them to waive that setback. That's not in our zoning ordinance now. And so an owner of a residential dwelling, if they wanna come in and waive their right to a CAFO going next to them, we're gonna allow that. And so if somebody who gets along with their neighbors and they say, you know what, this guy is, we don't have any issue with that, we'll let him put it closer to our house. We have a process in there for that, which doesn't exist now. So I really think that is a good thing. And when you and I were on the zoning board, remember we had the Pecos dairy, and his neighbors came in and he said, you know what, this is a great neighbor. He came and talked to me. I have no problem with letting him put it much closer to my property than the zoning ordinance allows. And I think that's how it should work. Neighbors getting along, talking to each other, and working together. And this allows for that. And I think that's a good thing. You know, and it's, nobody can say it's perfect, but could we possibly give a group of 9 people a more difficult task in Yankton County than to come up with zoning changes that we all agree need to happen? We just don't agree on exactly what those things are. It was a tough task.
I think what Sherry's pointing out is that is today what the biggest change, and I think it's a good change, is it's an approved process. we not have to go through the variance process and apply for the variance and go through all the hearing and all that. If the neighbor would want to allow it. So that's what, that's something I do think is a positive change here for everybody. There's things in here I don't agree with, and we've talked about it, planning and zoning and I do feel myself that the CUP threshold should be higher. One thing I brought up with planning and zoning that I feel very strongly about, the more and more to go through this and look at it is the state of Nebraska separates classes by the manure storage system. They have different setbacks for liquid manure versus solid manure. And that's one thing I see as the issue with when people talk CAFOs and talk some of the negative things, and some of the concerns. The majority of them, I think, are brought about by liquid manure. And I'm not saying that it's all bad. There's definitely positives. There's positives environmentally and economically with CAFOs, but there's also other concerns that get introduced when you put a large number of animals together. So I think what we need to do is recognize the positives and recognize the concerns and try to figure out how to make them work. But that being said, when I look back at ordinance changes and just the history of Yankton and I think one of the big concerns is liquid manure storage, the odors associated, the handling of it, application, things of that nature. And I think when we take an approach, any changes, we have to realize that these changes are going to affect all types of livestock, whether it be cattle or hogs on pasture, dirt raised, whatever, or vice versa, hogs in confinement with liquid manure, cattle in confinement with liquid storage. But to me, the rules aren't the same, and the perception's not the same, and the issues are not the same. When you look at an animal confined 365 days a year versus some of our, say, cow-calf operations that are pasture, brought in for feeding, calving. So we can't just have a broad paintbrush that puts these regulations in place when it's hard to really enforce them and to enact them on different styles of livestock. That's one concern that with the ordinance today. And
I would definitely support studying that liquid and solid. I think that is long term a good way to look at it.
Any other comments from the commissioners? All right.
Is 10,000 the absolute maximum?
That didn't change. That's what it is now.
Charge says not that high, 10,000.
That's the exact same
But
as
if
the
you
class
come
A.
in for 20,000.
Don, class A is the exact same as it was in our zoning ordinance now. It hasn't changed. So,
but is there a question?
There's I believe, and Gary, that's a 10,000 head cap, and that's been on, I believe, since 2003 when that was our zoning
I'm
ordinance.
just asking if we'll have any conflict identifying those deals and why.
Pardon me, Don, I don't understand.
If somebody comes in and wants to put 20,000 in,
the chart only shows 5 to 10,000, there's nothing for anything over.
From what I understand, Gary, that's the same cap that we had for 17
I don't
years.
care, it's the same as the right. I mean, how are you gonna handle it?
How is it?
Like,
handled for the last-
you can't come in for anything over 10,000, the way I look.
How have they handled it for the last 17 years?
Good question. How do you handle all the other issues that have been handled for the last 10 years? I would read that as a cap at 10,000 myself. Cap at 10,000, that's how I would observe it. I know there's some counties that just specifically say nothing over X amount. I don't know, Turner does, I think Clay might. So that's four finisher loans, essentially, not hogs. 2,400 and.
No, 4 finisher bars would be about 4,000 animal units,
Yeah, Class B.
because they're about 1,000.
So one single
So-
facility over 10,000.
You could put 10 of them together and still be under that limit.
Thank you.
Any other comments before we close the first reading of the changes proposed?
Well, the only other comment that I would like to make is that it seems to me like the farmers are the ones that are always getting forced to make the changes. And I question if they don't have some property rights. They shouldn't have some say in the thing.
You say there's 127 farmers in Yankton. I don't think that's correct. I don't know what time they were thinking.
Well, we did, to your point, Don, in section 511, we did eliminate zoning administrator may allow a smaller minimum lot requirement or permit for single families requesting on existing farms at site. And so that was, a concern that was an administrative way to do that. And so that was in this one in section 513.
But we're all kind of fooling ourselves if we don't understand how those requests go in. It's how the boards are set up, who's on the commission, who puts people where, and there's no consistency in that process.
I agree with that. That's what I've said, hard, as much as we can, we need to have just a black and white requirements. So it's kind of hard to cover, capture that and say, okay, well, here it is, absolute, but as much as we can, I think we should. There's always certain situations and locations that need thought, and that's where hopefully the planning and zoning and the county commissioners entertain those discussions, but as much as we can, it should be, you should have 99% confidence you walk in for a permit, what happens.
It's got a comment from a quote from Dwight D. Eisenhower years ago. Because Don wouldn't answer my questions, I thought I'd just bring it up. The quote from Dwight D. Eisenhower, our president, and Supreme Allied Commander, said, "Farming looks mighty easy when your plow is a pencil and you're 1,000 miles away from a cornfield." Try farming sometime.
Sherry, can I make one more comment?
Public comments closed.
Oh, I'm going to. Thank you.
We will have another public comment in 2 weeks. At this time, between now and our next commission meeting, I highly encourage you to go out to the website if you can, look at the changes. If you can't, come to the government center, get a copy of the changes. If that's tough for you, give me a phone call, 653-0910. I will email it to you, I will print it and mail it to you. But you need to review these changes line by line as they are proposed, so everybody understands them. If you don't feel comfortable getting up and speaking in front of public, put it on paper, email it to us, mail it to us, whatever means you can to get it to us before the next hearing.
I'd like just to that comment that we were talking about, I do think that these proposed changes, run right and different, like them or not, are a step towards clarifying that process. I agree. So that is a positive that I can see.
With that said, we are almost an hour behind schedule. We've been sitting here for 2 hours. I would suggest we take a 5-minute break.
I'd just like to state something. He asked me about the dead zone. I just sent you a copy of the dead zone, sent it to the commissioners and sent it to some of the people so that you can read that. And like you said, if there's people that don't have it, you can pass it out to them.
Make a motion for 5 minutes.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Healy to take a 5-minute break for the discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed nay. Motion carries. We are on a 5-minute break.
a motion to come back into regular.
I have a motion and a second to come back into regular session. Further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. We are now back in regular session. It was reported that our wire that connects our microphone sitting up here to our online streaming, that you can hear us moving paper now on the counter. So if you're not speaking, just try to be quiet at your desk or shut your microphone off if you want to twiddle your pen. Oh, okay. So at this point, we are at item number 12, which means we need to go into Board of Adjustment.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Swenson to go into Board of Adjustment. Further discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. We are now Board of Adjustment. And as a reminder, at the just before our first reading, we discussed the state law changes for conditional use permits. We are going to go with the 3 votes tonight on recommendation of our state's attorney's office. If any of those folks applying for a conditional use permit would like to delay the hearing instead of tonight, to wait for a couple weeks, hoping we get a confirmation from state's attorney or the Attorney General's office, you are welcome to do that. So the first on the roll is a PR Olson 3 conditional use permit. Are those folks here tonight? Okay. Are you still wanting to do your conditional? Okay.
Yes, please.
All righty. So if you would introduce yourself and tell us why you are in front of us today.
My name's Peter Olson. I'm just putting on an addition to the garage. There we go. PR Olson. I'm just putting on an addition to a garage.
Okay.
It's never big enough.
Any questions for the applicant from the commissioners?
I'd move approval of the request.
Oh, wait, hang on a second. We gotta do public hearing and all that. So, any questions about the application? All right, I will let you sit down if there are no questions at this time. We will take public comment on this conditional use application. Would anyone care to make a public comment on the application? There being none, public comment for this CUP hearing is closed. We'll bring it back to the commissioners for further discussion.
Madam Chairman, could we have Gary Vetter come up and explain? Gary, this is the first conditional use permit on with the zoning changes to accessory structures. Is that correct? Correct. Because this, just so everybody wonders why we're doing this, prior to this, it would have been a variance to do this. We made the zoning ordinance change, double the size of accessory structures. And Mr. Olson needed more space yet. So that is what the reason why we're doing the conditional use instead of a variance.
So as I went through the planning commission hearing, it was a 9-0 vote to approve. They reviewed the ingress and egress, the parking, the refuse areas, the utilities. There was no mention of needing screening and buffering, probably because it's being added to a current building. Signs, exterior lighting reference was not noted. Required yards and other open spaces, yes, generally compatible with adjacent properties. So all of those were reviewed at the planning commission hearing. And again, it passed 9-0. Are there any concerns about those topics at this hearing?
No, there's an existing business there and it's just an additional storage. I think it's compatible with the neighborhood and it makes sense. Yes. Make a motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the conditional use application. Olson. Further discussion? Roll call vote.
Dan,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Kettering,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Jerry.
Yes. CUP is awarded. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
And waiting. Next is item 13. This is a variance and plat for a Shawnee Tacky. Now, a variance still requires 4 votes. You'd come up and state your name and tell us about your application, please.
My name is Tony Cease, and I'm here on behalf of Shawnee. She is selling these 12 acres. It's just farm ground, it's staying as farm ground. It's not being developed, it's not being built on. And she's selling it, she has roughly 40 acres. She's selling 12 off for the down payment on a house that she bought here in town. And I'm just purchasing that.
Are there any questions for the applicant from the commission?
Are you gonna build a place there maybe someday?
No.
No.
No plans of any development.
Is it farm ground or pasture?
It's farm ground.
Okay.
Farm ground, I've been renting it for the last
You're gonna
six,
farm
7
it?
years. So,
Do you farm?
yes, I farm, also veterinary.
And also,
Veterinarian.
oh. You have too.
Some days.
All right, sit down for now. We will open this up for public comment. Would anyone care to make a public comment on the variance application for Tacky? There being none, public comment for this application is closed. We'll bring it back to the commission for further discussion.
When this was before us, we discussed, development, housing, whatnot. So just so everybody's clear that there was a question that plan and zoning. If you look at, the page of the packet, that parcel that's identified, the applicant is looking to parcel off the west portion of his farm ground and retain the pasture ground and the farmstead and everything there. So the request is the farm ground is what's in question is less than 20 acres, but the intent is, Mr. C said, he currently farms it and will be purchasing this to continue farming. And so we felt as far as the intent of the ordinance and the comprehensive plan that would best suit for that.
And Tony, you own the ground to the south of that, or you own ground
Yes.
right next to it?
Right across the road.
I'd make a motion to approve the variance.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the variance. Further discussion. Roll call vote.
Dan,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Jerry.
Yes. Gary, you need a motion to approve the plat now too.
Correct.
All right, I would entertain a motion to approve the plat for this, change in acreage.
Make a motion to approve the plat.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the plat change for Tacky. Further discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed nay. Motion carries. Plat is approved. Thank you, sir, for sticking around.
Thank you. What is that?
Next for Board of Adjustment hearing is item 14, Scott Walter conditional use permit. Would you still like us to review the conditional use permit application tonight? All right, why don't you come forward, state your name, and tell us about your project.
Well, my name's Scott Walter, and I'm petitioning this for a manufactured home property I purchased.
Okay, and you need a conditional use because it's required in it's R2, correct? Okay. Any questions from the commissioners for the applicant?
The only thing, you own one of the lots right next to it, so you have two lots. Okay, and what are the sizes of both of those lots then?
Altogether they're 0.63.
Is there a reason you combine the two lots together? The reason I said was we've gotten a couple letters from people, with the septic system, where is it gonna go, and do you have enough space? Sure.
I can combine it, and that shouldn't be a problem.
That shouldn't be a problem. Okay, because that was one of the concerns I had, that I got, is that,
nobody asked in the last couple of days.
sure, that's how it happens. But you wouldn't have any problem if you
No.
planted them together.
No, that solves everything. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. That's good.
That's the only question.
Any other questions?
Whereabouts is it located at?
Excuse me.
Whereabouts are you located at?
It's 153 Clark Trail. Yep, right by DJ's Reynolds. Half block up.
All right, sir, thank you. I'm going to open it up for public comment at this time. Would anyone care to make a public comment on this application for a conditional use permit? There being none, public comment is closed. I'll bring it back to the commission for further discussion. So Dan, are you looking to add a condition onto this application?
The feedback that I've gotten is, and I've heard, from some of the builders, that they generally need about 20,000 square foot to properly do a septic system, and it'd be a lot easier certainly if you combine those two lots, and it sounds like we don't have an issue with that. That's some of the feedback I think we all got, was that one of the neighbors might like that happening. So do you see any issue with that, Gary? I mean, it's kind of nice that everybody's willing to do that. So what's everybody else's thought?
We had that change a while back, a while ago, before myself, state law for something.
No, we actually,
We talked about
in the proposed changes to Article 5, what we were gonna do is put in there, that, I don't have, it basically needs to be
in compliance with self-posting.
Yeah, and that's how it reads in Article 15 now, because he's doing the trailer house. And so that, I think, to be in conformance with that in the first place, he would need to do that. Individual septic system.
That's my question, we need to add a requirement, he's already at the follow state law. But if you don't get combined.
So does that mean it needs to be replatted? So it's one parcel? Is that what we're getting at? Or is there a different way
Is
to
that what you
get that done?
That would be a recommendation to stipulate that.
Because R2 is supposed to be 1 acre, correct? 1 acre.
Gary, is this the property that's along in the area where we have drainage questions?
A little bit north of that. And there is a mixed use currently of trailer and homes in that area.
Any other questions or concerns? The planning commission passed this 9-0. They reviewed the ingress, egress, parking, refuse service, the septic. No signs are planned. They did not require any screening or buffering. Yards and open spaces are fine. And other manufactured homes are on neighboring properties, as Mr. Vedder just stated.
I'll move approval of the request.
Are we going to put the condition on that it be platted as part of the approval?
I think we probably should, because that's the feedback I got, and Mr. Walter has no issue with that. So,
Do you understand the implications of that, though? Do you understand the implications of having that replatted?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there, the only thing I guess my question would be, what's the time frame I have? Because if I keep going with the project, you know, do I have 3 months? Do I have 6 months?
if you could get it platted, by next Tuesday, you could get it on the planning commission.
He ain't gonna get it platted by next Tuesday.
We could make it on the condition that it's replatted within 6 months. Would that work? And we can continue on with it.
Fine. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
So Don, would you restate your motion, because no one seconded your motion, go ahead and restate it.
Move approval of the request based on getting the two lots combined together in a replat for 6 months.
I have a motion and a second to approve the conditional use permit based on the two parcels being combined into one via plat within 6 months. Further discussion. Roll call vote.
Don,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Dan,
Yes.
Sherry.
Yes. You are approved and good to go.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thanks for waiting.
Thank you.
Next on the Board of Adjustment, number 15, Neil Lane, conditional use permit. And again, sir, are you good to hear conditional use permit tonight?
I would like to.
Already, come forward, state your name, and briefly describe what you are asking for.
Neil Lang, and to continue with application on to the RV park that I have on.
So do you own the park that's already there? Is that my understanding? Okay. Any questions by the commissioners for this applicant?
Has the work started on this?
Just dirt, little dirt work down.
I got an email from somebody asking if you had the state permit for state DNR. What's that permit called? Is it stormwater?
Stormwater, yeah, stormwater surface.
Yeah, surface water permit. Have you done anything like
I've
that?
never heard of that, so exactly.
Questions for the applicant?
Also, this is just the stuff I hear, but when you were doing the dirt work, did you do a spring or anything like that? Because we got some feedback that somebody was concerned that you had excess drainage in that area. You wouldn't make that.
There would be no excess drainage.
Who's doing your dirt work? Bob. Who's doing the dirt work, Bob? Bob, he knows what he's doing.
And someone mentioned this, access to the state road.
Yeah.
There was concern over that.
Yeah, I called, Rod up there, you know, the DOT guy, and, he couldn't answer. He said he probably couldn't answer to call, Brooke White, you know, state level, Sioux Falls. And I think that's all taken care of.
Okay, great. If there are no further questions, I'll have you sit down for a second, and I'll open it up for public comment. Would anyone care to make a public comment on this application for a conditional use permit for campground? There being none, public comment is closed. Bring it back to the commission for further discussion.
Gary, what's your advice on the stormwater permit from the state? Is that something that we need to, is that something the state?
Yeah, I would certainly say that, he needs to follow through on making sure he meets all their requirements.
I did call after I found out this afternoon, Katie, I don't know her last name, she was in charge, she was gonna send me out some forms, email me and forms. So I did follow up on that.
And that's the state's requirement.
How long has that been?
I think it's a half acre, whenever you disturb a half acre. Bob, how is it a half acre when you disturb, you gotta state permit? I think that's what it is. Whenever it's a half acre.
She said it was, she told me today it was an acre or more. And then the fee goes up to, I think, 4 acres. The fee goes up, it's a different price.
Yeah, it's like 250 or something, yeah.
The planning commission put a condition, Mr. Lang on his other property has a fence, and the planning commission wanted that fence to continue. And they gave them a 3-year time frame to do that. And then additionally, no year-round residents, which you're not gonna have anyway, correct? You're not having year-round residents?
No, I don't want, I should have two that.
Okay.
Same.
So that's a requirement, no year-round residency, that's what the planning commission recommended.
Okay, so this is a 9-0 vote, and Commissioner Clemish just stated the actual motion was to approve it with that 3-year time limit on the fence, the trees, and no year-round residents. So as we move forward, keep that in mind, whoever would like to make a motion. So they reviewed the ingress, egress, exits, which will be taken care of with the state to make sure that they're happy. Right-of-way parking and loading areas exist, the refuse areas, utilities, et cetera, are okay. They did the screening and buffering with the 3-year time. No signs and proposed exterior lighting for this, correct? Okay, so there's nothing there. Required yards and open spaces were okay. Campground currently exists on neighboring property, so it fits in with the neighborhood. So those are the requirements to review for conditional use permit. Any other questions before we entertain a motion? And again, keep in mind, we need to make sure we have the conditions in that motion.
I'd just like to say, driving by this location several times, he keeps the existing facility in extremely fine shape.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anyone care to make a motion?
I move approval.
With the conditions, the same conditions as the planning commission? Okay, so we have a motion to approve with the same conditions as the planning commission placed on it.
Should we state those in the motion?
So there will be a 3-year time limit on building the fence and trees and to include no year-round residents. You're good with that, Don?
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second to essentially restate the planning commission's motion to approve. Further discussion. Roll call vote.
Don,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Dan,
Yes.
Sherry.
Yes. You have your CUP, sir. You are good to go, and thank you for waiting.
Thank you for investing in the community.
Well, thank you. I like this. I like it better.
All right, item number 16, the final item for Board of Adjustment is a variance and plat for Jim Buck.
Jim Bonick gave you. I was looking for variance, trying to get my daughter to move home. Son-in-law wants to start farming with us. And we could use more help. And I'd love to have the kids home. And they've got a little boy that's got some health issues that we feel we can help if we're close to home. And this site has access to rural water and power's close. And with 20 acres, you just don't budget out for them. And if I gave him 20 acres, I got 5 other things I gotta give 20 acres to right now. And with the farming deal right now, it's, you give away $1 million, but you can sit up straight in the share. And that's what I'm looking to do if you let me.
You gave them 20 acres to the bank. You gave them 20 acres, the bank wouldn't give them a loan on the 20 acres anyway. You'd have to come back in for a variance. We've had that happen a couple times.
Any other questions from the commissioners for the applicant?
So this is just for a residential house?
That's all.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Young farmers.
I'm looking forward to it.
All right, sir, I'm going to open it up for public comments. We'll have a seat for a second. Would anyone care to make a public comment on the application for variance for Mr. Bai? Seeing none, I will close public comment and bring it back to the commissioners for discussion. So does this sit on the northeast quarter of that blue? And who lives? Is there a farmstead down there just south of that? Farmstead.
Yeah.
So who lives there, Jim?
My nephew.
You know, I think this is, like I told you in the planning commission, kind of exactly, you know, the types of things we want. We say we want economic growth. We say we want young farmers and young families moving back to the area, going and attending Gayville School and working jobs in the community. I think this is a good thing, and it's unfortunate that times have changed where you can't get a bank loan on 20 acres, you have to get a loan on a smaller amount of acres, and that's just a reality of how it is today. So.
You could go to Farm Credit and get a house. That
It'd be, I think the interest rate would be a lot higher. We had Mark Schrank in, then I think it was last meeting, and the interest rate he got was much cheaper with a smaller amount of land than with a bigger amount of land. Nobody wants to pay higher interest rates.
I have to see that because our credit's been very competitive in the housing market. And that's why I think that's true.
Any other questions from the commission? What was the discussion like at the planning commission? It was an 8-1 vote.
I'll maybe justify my name on that, I guess. I think this is something that we should be able to do. I think it's ridiculous that you have to come home and ask for it. In my time with planning and zoning and paying attention, we've offered plenty of variances for acreages. We offered one tonight for less than 20 acres. That was splitting off farmland. In the past, the variances that I've seen have been for, which I still don't even agree with, but for bank loan reasons where the applicant owned the 20 acres. And we're looking for a smaller lot. the mortgage. And again, I think this is something we should be able to do. I've been for 2 years now saying we could change that ordinance, and I'm having trouble getting traction to make that change. But I do have difficulty approving this relating it directly to the verbiage of the ordinance. Our bottom line is our ordinance.
Would agree with that.
Other comments?
You ready for a motion?
It seems there's no other discussion, so you're welcome to.
Madam Chairman, I make a motion to approve the variance, based on the fact that, what the condition that this is for a single-family residence from 20 acres to plus or minus 3.5 acres.
Second.
And a variance for the minimum lot width from 500 feet to 390.46 in an agricultural district.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the variance for lot size and width. Further discussion? Roll call vote.
Dan,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Carrie,
Yes.
Keely,
No.
Los,
Sure. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said no. So the motion dies for lack of 4 votes. And I agree strongly with what Commissioner Healy has stated.
I just, I'd like to say that we all agree that the zoning ordinance needs to be changed, but that's not Mr. Bly's fault. We've approved, Don, how many? We've approved 50 of these just like this. And,
I agree, it's not his fault, and I feel that this is not easy for me to do, but we need to change this. And I have never seen one approved where we're taking bare farm ground out of production to put a house. I have not seen one even today. And to if this is one where if this works, if we approve this and somebody was upset about it, they took this to court, we would not have a leg to stand. There's nothing in our variance process that supports this. And I am sorry.
Jim, is the rest of that land south of there yours? That 360?
All I own is 58 acres.
50.
would you guys, and I'm, I respect your decision, I do, but if he then gave this person 20 acres, went to the bank, and then the bank's gonna say, well, we're not giving you a loan on the 20 acres. You need to come back to 2 or 3 acres. Is that more acceptable, or I'm trying to.
No, the ones that we've done in the past, the person that owned the 20 acres, they just are something out of it. Long range finance is still questionable. To be honest, the easiest, simplest thing to do outside of changing the ordinance is you build a house, parcel it off after it's built, and then sell it. Or we change the ordinance, or we just change the ordinance, which we all, I guess, are agreeing to change.
At this time, we are done with the Board of Adjustment hearing. Entertain entertain a motion to go back to regular
Are you
session.
denying?
Jim,
I assume you're denying.
I'm
the
sorry
plan
for
also.
Comrade Willis and Comrade Healy.
They didn't let me down.
Gary, can you point out in our ordinance how this would fit? You even have an ordinance.
Entertain a motion to go back into regular session.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to go back into regular session for the discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. We are now in regular session.
Before you do that, I assume you're denying the plat also. You should make that motion regardless.
Oh,
Is the plat in the board of adjustment?
It's with the variance request.
I move we go back in the board of adjustment.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to go back into Board of Adjustment for the discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries. We're now back in Board of Adjustment. So we do need a motion on the plat for Jim By as well.
Deny the plat.
I mean, do we even need to deny it because we can't do it without variance?
Well, that's correct.
So
Yeah, it's already a platted subdivision, so just so that they can
could we
move
approve?
forward and
Could we?
record it.
Okay, so how would we? I'm asking.
Just go ahead and deny the plat also.
And we pretty much have to deny it because it doesn't cover variance. So even though like I would support the variance, I'm gonna have to vote to deny the plat because we can't do the plat without variance.
Correct.
I have a motion by Healy to deny the plat. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to deny the plat for the discussion.
And I'm just voting no on this because I basically have to deny the plat because we don't have.
All in favor of denying the plat, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say nay. Motion carries. Plat is denied.
Move to go back in regular session.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to go back into regular session for the discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. We are now back in regular session for item 17.
We have two plats tonight, both in Crestview Homes subdivision. The first one's lots 53 and 54, Crestview Homes subdivision in the northeast quarter of section 21, township 93 north, range 56 west.
Move approval.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the plat for lots 53 and 54 of Crestview Homes. Further discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. The plat is approved for lots 53 and 54. So now we're at item 18.
Second one is for lots 28 and 29, Crestview Homes subdivision in the northeast quarter of section 21, township 93 north, range 56 west.
Move approval.
I have a motion to approve. I have a second. So I have a motion and a second to approve lots 28 and 29 of Crestview Homes subdivision plat for the discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. Plat is approved. We are now at item 19, employee handbook.
You have two copies. The handbook one has a red line version. Tried to highlight some changes and or additions. And second version is. As it would look, although I think there's still probably a few formatting details there, but if you are there questions, I would address.
Well, who are the 60-hour-a-week employees that got added to this?
I think there are some of them were 12-hour shifts.
Yeah.
They
do 60-hour weeks.
But I think I'm not sure if they're also, some of those are on a different 40-hour week schedule as well.
Are we paying how much overtime? 20 hours a week overtime?
So a lot of time. We went through that actually. Overtime.
Yeah, I'm on page 40 for everybody.
Public service typically has a longer, different work week than 40 hours.
The regular schedule that we have to call.
So
I don't think sometimes we don't actually pay them, but you know.
Not every week that.
that's got to just be a huge amount of, when it does happen, it has to just be a huge amount of overtime because it's 20 hours at a time and a half. It's like an entire other person we're, paying. I just noticed that, So what's the purpose of adding the 60-hour weekend for page 40? With the red line, under 702 vacation and sick leave.
Page 33.
Okay, I guess I'm looking at the red line ones. So what are the consequences of the 60-hour report? Do they get more time? I guess how does it differ than a 40-hour employee, and what is this extra chart telling me?
We ended up, I know the chart I received to do this insertion because it was, what we had in there was just 40-hour a week, 35-hour a week. So it wasn't, I think this was the attempt to demonstrate their approval.
Yeah, and I.
It gets to account for the 12-hour work days.
Yeah, and I.
Versus 8 or 7.
But I mean, and I'm trying to understand here, but 60-hour work week is the outlier. That's not every week. So I mean, are they?
Sorry, yeah. Just looking at, I got the same page now. I don't know that it's 60-hour employees. It's 12-hour employees. It's really what it's addressing. So to give somebody one day off that works 12 hours, you give them technically you give them 8 hours off. So they have to, on their day off, they have to come in for 4 hours.
I think I don't know if it's changed, but that's when my brother worked at the deputy sheriff. That's how they did it. I don't know if that's changed.
Well, I think that's what this is to address.
So how about I make a note off to the side and we will clarify that the table that states 60 hours per week employees is.
Yeah, it actually might be shared after seeing the chart, it might be shared.
Oh.
Is who it's actually affecting.
So we will verify that those are correct. There. Note on that. I'm going to start by that one as well.
Yeah, this was something I didn't, understand. So thank you for clarifying.
So if we go forward from there, 703, number 1. We talk about sick leave for 7 and 8 hour people, but we don't talk about it for the 12-hour people in there. So 703, number 1. So we probably need to clarify how they're getting sick pay and stuff on that as well.
Are we doing that, or maybe this way we need to clarify that, so much as a percentage of the hours worked per month, or how would we do that? Because I would agree that somebody working a 7-hour day and somebody working 12, it's maybe not the same. Is that, or from what you've seen, Dan, is that based on hours worked per month, per week, per day?
I think there are a lot of employers that will give you a fraction accrued every hour you work. Some might say you accrue a day for every month you work. So the formula can vary.
To get, when it's their anniversary date, then they get a fourth
Yeah.
on their anniversary date. If they don't use,
I mean, would
if
that,
they're up to 120 days.
what do you think, Patty, would that be a better system to accrue vacation and sick leave based on a percentage for the hours you worked, or is it better to base it on 40 hours, 35 hours, 65 hours, and then it should be similar, I would think, with sick leave.
Some of that can depend on what your payroll system can do as well.
Yeah, I think right now it's the way it is here. I mean, that doesn't mean I'm sure we could pay or call our, software and have to change it, but I don't know if that costs.
One other suggested change that since we added this, and it's actually in the second version, I think I was able to put it in, or just getting it in the red line version. It would be in section 403.
Accident reporting. 403 or 5?
403, and that was because there are, if you look at page 23 on the very end of section 403. And this is because in the Office of Emergency Management, they actually have volunteers who work, so they're not paid employees.
Are you under county public 403 as county policies? And I went to page 27 and 28.
Yeah.
I'm glad this one.
So, yeah.
Are we all on the red line, or are we all not on the one?
I'm on the final version.
If you go to the final version, sorry, because
I like the red line because it's the one.
Well, the reason I went to the final one because I missed getting that paragraph put in the red line. So, if you look at, it's actually number 13. The red line version only goes to number 12. So I added a 13th point in the final that says individuals who provide volunteer service to any department within Yankton County are considered employees and are subject to this drug and alcohol-free workplace policy and all of the county policies. So basically it says that if you are volunteering, because typically volunteers are still going to be covered by work comp. So for that, they're considered an employee for those policies we want them. We want them to be considered employees so that they follow policy.
Makes sense. I don't think it made our version.
Oh, it may not have, because that was one I originally sent the version and then tried to send that
So if you go to page 20, I have 28, there was, talking about custodians.
The red line.
No, I'm not looking at the red line, so it is under, section 601. And if you scroll down to custodians, we have essentially taken out, a lot of references to the Yankton County Commission. The custodians work week shall not exceed 40 hours in any calendar week unless approved by the department head. Then it says the work schedule shall be approved by the Yankton County Commission. We've essentially taken that line out and put all the onus on the department head for everybody else. Is there a reason that's in there?
No, not really. I think, I see how Rachel is. To make sure that the work is approved, the project.
I think originally it had in there approved by the Yankton County Commission. That's why.
Yeah, and we've taken it out of the highway, we took it out of a couple other places. I didn't know if we wanted to take that out or not.
Generally, it's a practical matter, it would be approved by the department.
Right, if it's, yeah. Lori?
I have a question. Nowhere in here then does it describe appointed department heads who are not exempt. Who approves their overtime? Do they approve their own, or do they have to get prior approval from commissioners? That would be exempt ones. I mean, we just work because we work, but the non-exempt ones, it kind of leaves them unaddressed.
So,
Say appointed.
non-exempt department heads.
Yeah.
Appointed department head, not.
Right.
Back to custodian, I would remove the county commission. Because they also do snow removal.
I was gonna say, if there's a big snowstorm, I don't think we need to call a meeting of the county commission to get approval so they can move snow. If they've already worked their 40 hours that week or whatever.
If anything, it's maybe say that the 8 or whatnot, but I can discuss with Jeff before how he handles snow removal that comes in and comfortable with this. So,
I think they actually confuse it. It has to be done.
Right. We just remove that line.
I agree with what
Yeah.
I was having to say, because we haven't really had any issues with that at all. No, I have to agree with you.
So then if we move forward from there, 602, paragraph 3. In that paragraph, it describes 502B, which is nowhere.
And that was original language that I neglected to change.
Yeah, so I don't know if it needs to just say as described above
That would be what I would suggest.
or something, so it's just a.
So county employees shall receive regular pay should the county government center or other facilities be closed under the circumstances described above. When those circumstances are described in the paragraph, I think that law.
Now, to tee off of that, there is a little contradiction between that statement in 602 and 719. Because when you go to 719, almost there. 719 talks about inclement weather. And then in paragraph 2, it says, if weather conditions cause the government center to close, hourly employees who have reported to work will be paid for all hours worked, or a minimum of 2 hours, whichever is greater. That statement implies if you work 2 hours and we close the building, you don't get paid for the rest of the day. Am I reading that right? Whereas previously, it sounded like you got paid for the rest of the day, even though the chair closed the building. So Patty, I don't know how it's been in the past, but to me, there's a smidgen of contradiction between those two areas.
Whenever if we do come into work and we get bad and we close at noon, everybody gets paid for the whole day.
In this building.
In this building. And, you know, you're gonna have, you know, the extension, soil, you know, the sheriff and ambulance, they have to stay there. The highways are gonna have to stay there. But this building and, extension, those other three, and the state's attorney. the secretaries and stuff, they are paid for the whole day if we get.
That's been historical.
Yeah.
So 719 would be inaccurate?
Yeah, that would be inaccurate with how it has historically been. We'll get to it, hang on there. I'm still going through my list.
Oh, okay, I didn't know, you went to 719, I thought that's.
So, well, it kind of tied with that last one, so
Oh,
now
okay.
I'm gonna sneak back to 611. And I was looking for probably just clarification from Patty for why this was done. So 611, paragraph 2. Oh, no, P increased anniversary, why? Where was that at? Pay increases at the very bottom of 611. So changes are recommended by department heads to the county commissions as, I guess that should say commissioners, as part of the annual budget process. The county commission reviews must approve all pay changes. Approved pay increases become effective at the beginning of the pay period in which an employee's anniversary occurs. But earlier on, it is said,
Never happened.
well, that's why I'm bringing it up, is there's a statement in there, so that last sentence should be struck.
Yeah, that's never, it's always at the beginning
At
of
the
the year.
beginning of the year. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that sentence needs to be completely removed.
So should we have in there, then it's the end of the year?
It says it at a different place in the handbook, it says at the end of the year.
I think maybe it's important that they say the same thing, so
Or at the
wherever it
beginning of
says
the year,
that,
sorry, at the beginning.
whenever it says that, we should also have it right there.
Is
So they say
there
the same thing.
difference though between pay increases and cost of living adjustments? Or is it annual?
Step changes and stuff like that probably occur on anniversary date.
Yep, step raises are on anniversary.
That's what I'm wondering,
So-
if pay, if that should just be changed to step raises.
Sherry,
Yes,
since we're on this page and we're talking about step increases, not every statement on this page is true because not every employee is
Could
in
you please
the
come
pay.
up here so we can hear you? The people at home on TV cannot hear you.
Okay, not every employee in the county is on the wage scale, and we certainly don't have what I would call a matrix. A matrix has nice even steps. You've got your grades and your levels, and you can point to this spot on the matrix. That's where I'm at this point. And I don't have step increases in our wage descriptions for my deputies or for my appraisers. And Jeff's position, appraiser / GIS, is not even on the wage list. There was a grievance procedure that was done in 2018. And at that time, they were granted an amount of money that would have brought them to a level where they should have been had they gotten step increases. But the resolution at the time did not follow through and make step increases on the wage schedule. They said they wanted to leave that for the new commission. And now we are here 18 months in, we still don't have those in there because we thought, I mentioned it when you were first new, of course you have a lot on your plate, but that we are lacking in some of these areas. And I don't know that a full-blown wage study is necessary. I think that a few good heads, people who are good with numbers, and maybe make it up committee of some employees that are good with numbers, commissioner or two, and I don't know, maybe an outside HR person like Mr. Oakland here and just hammer out a matrix. The hardest part about that is converting from what we have, where people are getting different. You look at it, some people who are getting steps, they get steps at different times and at different increments than other people do. And to squash that all into a nice even matrix would be a little job. But I don't think that's not beyond the capabilities of the people in this county. So I don't think that we would have to spend thousands of dollars for a wage study. But it is something that we need to address, and especially if we're going to have a handbook coming out that says that we have all those things in place.
I think there's not just the assessor's office, but there are other departments that don't have step raises, so I think the whole county has to be looked at.
Agreed. And then one other point that I've made a couple times is that I think we do a disservice to our most loyal employees, those who stick with us, and they might not have the top job or whatever, but they stick with the county and do the work that needs to be done to get us where we need to be. And they stay beyond the 10 years, and then there are no more step increases to reward them for that time served. And I think that should be rectified. It's not going to be a lot of people because there aren't that many that stick with it that long. So I don't think it would amount to a lot out of pocket. And Gary, I can see you over there, and I have to stick up for our employees. I don't feel that we do have skin in the game. We come to work, we work a hard day for the county, we put in our time, and we get paid for it. And we go home, we spend our money, we pay our taxes to this county as well. And I don't think it should come on the 100 or so employees of this county to bear the weight of having to pay for a bridge, when that is a burden that should be shouldered by the entire county to keep things fair and equal. And that's my opinion. And I don't appreciate you going up there and saying all kinds of statements, that we're not appreciative. We are, but we work hard for our money. And we do have added expenses, specifically with COVID. The employees who had small children were faced with no daycare and having to scramble to figure out what they're going to do with their kid so that they can keep coming to work here for the county, and having to incur additional expenses. And some do still to this day, paying extra money, like up to $200 a week, to have their children cared for so that they can continue to work for this county because of the situation we're in with COVID. So I think it's kind of flippant to make remarks like that.
How much money do you make working for the county?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure exactly.
Off the top of your head, you're not sure?
It's like 59,000. I don't know the exact number. It doesn't stick in my head.
59,000, you said? Per year?
Yes.
59,000. You know what the average median income for Yankton County is? Between 30 and 40,000.
Immaterial, irrelevant.
It's not relevant?
Yes, it is.
So that we had asked Mr. Oakland to put, that's the next step in this process.
Okay.
So
Right.
my opinion is, I think we need to keep the wording in here and then fix the other one to match the wording.
Sounds
So
good.
that's the goal, and I'd be happy to have you on that too. Sure. So, thank you. We'll talk about it tomorrow morning too.
Sure. All right. Thank you.
So, down to that pay increases, do we need to maybe that last statement just say, approves step increases become effective at the beginning of pay periods? Would that be better on that last sentence, or do you want to just take it all out?
Just take it out, I think, because, step raises are, for each different employee at their higher date.
Okay, so we'll just take that sentence out and then there'll be no contradiction across. Sometimes it's best to have it in one place versus two.
Go up to the second paragraph in that 611 pay plan, which is county utilizing pay as step rate. I think he said, what I think he probably should say right now is for most full-time
non-elected position. That way, at least it's.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with that. So 704, number 8. In there, it says they will be, so when they're on a leave of absence status, they will be covered for the full cost of health insurance, dental insurance, and life insurance, but I don't believe the county pays dental and life. So I don't know if we should.
No, that's up to the.
Yeah, so I think it should just say, we'll pay the full cost of the health insurance. And that,
That's all we want.
yeah, because that's not quite accurate. So now we're on 709, number 5. And this gets to the number
Can
thing.
we go back to 705 bereavement? And I'm just wondering, we'll talk about, 4 days. Is there a reason it's 4 days? And here's my thought, 5 days is a week. Do we want somebody who just buried somebody to come back on that Friday, or could we give them an extra day for bereavement? It doesn't happen all the time. I don't know, what do most organizations do? Do they do 4 days? Do they do less? Do they do 5 days? Just, I'm wondering what for.
I typically got 2.
Yeah, my experience too.
I see a range from 2 to probably 3 is more common, but there's some that
And that's
have, but just a lot of use occasional PTO.
or FMLA or even really. I think it's covered if I don't.
Well, maybe not for a funeral.
Well, I mean,
They're sick.
that's for immediate family,
Right.
and other family, is
And the bereavement leave is, that time is the same as what has been. So we didn't change that policy. But
and is there a reason to limit the bereavement to 2 times a year? I suppose a lot of friends or something like that.
Laura, did you have a comment on this?
Yes, is it intentional or common that you have a definition for immediate family here that includes grandparents and grandchildren, but under sick leave, the immediate family is defined differently and does not include those? Is that typical, or?
I would say yes, typically you're caring for the immediate family, your kids, whereas caring for parents and or grandparents is probably a little bit more unusual.
Well, grandchildren.
Even grandparents are getting more common.
Where are you at, Lori?
Comparing 705, the first paragraph, to the previous page, under sick leave, number 3.
But typically, I would say bereavement leave, it is fairly common for that to cover a little wider. It's the grandparents that are probably more likely to pass away and taking bereavement leave for. So it's fairly common, but sort of make them the same definitions.
I think the question had come up regarding grandchildren under the sick leave, why they weren't included.
Well, and that's frankly, that's more common now with less non-traditional families and or
yeah,
to have grandparents taking care of kids. So.
So that's moving forward to 709, number 5 and number 6. We have a time period less than 60 days and a time period more than 60 days, but what if it's 60 days? So sorry, this goes to the math teacher in me. I think number 5 needs to say of 60 days or less. in number 5, and then number 6 will remain above 60 days. So forget my anal there. And then 710, that paragraph references 607F, which I think it should be 712.
Yeah, I'll verify that.
And now, my next one is FMLA.
Going back or going through all this?
Military.
Well, I was just going through my list here, Don, but we'll certainly go back. Did you have a question?
I have a
Go ahead.
question. No, I had a question on military leave in 7-11. The question was, what do most companies and institutions do? Do they pay during the time that you're on active duty training? Usually 2 weeks. Or do they not pay? Or do they pay the difference?
Most, I would say, do not, because they're assuming you're getting paid for it. Active duty.
Not very much.
Well, so most organizations will allow you the time off, that's protected time. They don't pay salary during that time.
My last employer did pay 2 weeks. That was one of the benefits they offered, but
It's like the insurance.
Your benefits continue. Yeah.
Annual training is usually 15 days.
How many reservists do we have? Like,
Don't we have some in the sheriff's?
Somebody did.
I'm not sure, but I don't believe we have them. I could be wrong, but
Of all the years that I've done, I joined the National Guard after I came out of active duty in the Tribe 1 program. And a lot of the guys that were in for 6 years, they would take their vacation. A lot of them were farmers, and then they would take vacation from their employer so that they would fill in the blanks. And it wasn't very friendly back then. A lot better now, so.
My son's in the National Guard with South Dakota up here, and what his employer does is.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you back there with that mask on. No speaker. Sorry to keep bugging you, but people at home demand it.
My son is currently with the South Dakota National Guard, and the policy that his employer has, and I just assumed it was nationwide, but apparently it's not. What they do, since you don't get paid a whole lot at Guard unless you're deployed, what they make up the difference. So they'll take whatever he made with the Guards and then supplement it till he's even as if he was back at work.
That's what I would like to suggest we consider doing.
He considers it to be a good policy. There's no gripes with that, because he comes out, he's able to service his country and have the time off for that without repercussions, and he suffers no financial loss.
So they essentially make him whole.
Yes.
What happens when he gets deployed for a year? I'm just asking.
I would keep it with this, with training. Do you know where
The others
they
is
cap that?
addressed. Pardon?
Do you know, does his employer cap that?
Cap it at,
That reimbursement?
well, the reimbursement is going to take him just to where he is if he was sitting at his desk at work.
What if we made $150,000 a year? Is what I'm asking.
I'm not sure.
There anything?
I'm not sure what you're.
There are many military personnel.
I think what Joe's saying is, does he have a job that normally pays $40,000 or $140,000?
His normal job pays quite a bit more than the Guard does, but
You know,
he's
but
in IT.
so I think Joe's point is, does that employer reimburse up to the 140,000, no matter,
Yes,
is that your?
yes, they do.
That's what I.
They pay,
Yeah,
yes.
they make everybody
Similar to,
whole.
let's say,
Yes.
unemployment.
Right.
Active duty military make about $38,000 a year under so much base salary, either a corporal or, right? That's what the 38,000 is just the, kind of the level.
I think that
I
makes
don't know,
sense.
he was just set to deploy and he got.
Our son doesn't work for the county. He's in
No,
the National Guard.
yes, he is.
In the South Dakota.
In South Dakota yet, but he lives in Omaha. He drives
Yeah.
to do
It's his choice. What,
Yes.
what kind of M-West does he have?
He is in networking. MOS, that's their,
It's a military occupational specialty.
yes, he's a networking specialist.
Thank you.
All right, so, with that one, for our next revision, should we put some thought in? Is it like cap it at 2 weeks? Make it whole? Is this a general consensus of the commission that would be a good thing to change?
I highly recommend the 2 weeks deployment. But the weekend thing is usually Friday evening to Sunday afternoon. I don't see a reason why we have to compensate for that.
Well, a lot of times there's a U to 5, so what do you do, Friday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday? It makes sense. Interesting.
So should we put some wording together for our next, to review next time? Would that work?
Please.
Okay. I'll make a note here. My next thing is section 804, and I just have a big question mark. It's registration authorization. And it says, except otherwise noted in state law, no registration charges for attending meetings shall be approved by Yankton County unless authorized by the county commission in advance, such as through the budget approval process. 804.
Yeah, I think every conference has registration.
Well, yeah, I don't think that's, because I think we have decided that it's the head of the department,
Yeah, or if it's in their budget, they don't need our further approval.
We're just deleting them.
and everybody, yeah, I would think,
No, I think that.
I mean, we
It
just
is
need to
not in
adjust
their
the
budget,
wording a
so-
little bit.
I think
It's
you
great, but if we approve dollars in this budget, then it's expected, whatever, we have to approve. If there's not funding in your budget.
Then they have to ask for the approval.
They did not plan on this.
So I think it's just the wording there that kind of bothers me. It says such as through the budget approval process. It leaves this question. So if we could reword that to say that, you know, you can register if it's in your budget, and it's not in your budget, you need to ask for approval.
I think you can also get rid of the A, because everybody knows that. If they want to get paid, that's for the motion.
Okay. So that kind of tidied up some of that. I just have a lot of comments and stuff that I'm not gonna go through. I'll get those to you later, but.
I'll go through again.
And then Patty's got,
I've got a couple. On the time of the FMLA, page 40 on the new. I guess the reason why we started, we did the FMLA, they use their sick leave or vacation first and then they get FMLA, is because so many people there are employees that have a lot of sick leave and a lot of vacation. So, they used all that, and then if they still needed to go farther and didn't have any vacation or sick leave, then they went on FMLA. So the way it says not this section, it's that other one, but it's the same thing. I guess we're gonna have to, if they go on FML right away, 12 weeks, and they get paid their sick leave, and they're over that 12 weeks, do they get another 12 weeks if they have enough sick leave and vacation? Or start?
So generally, and the way the federal law says, we've got to protect at least 12 weeks. Beyond that, if they still have sick leave or vacation leave, I mean, then it becomes more up to the organization. How long do you want to extend the grace for activity? Short-term. So there may be, if somebody has short-term disability or long-term disability, that might be an option. The issue, I guess, or the recommendation I have is if in a case where you allow them to use, it's great that they can use their sick time or vacation time ahead of time. The problem I see with that is you're not really tracking FMLA until they use that up. So we've got no documentation that we did allow them time off, we did protect their job, we have no paperwork for that. I guess I'm a believer if somebody needs to take time off, it's protected, we ought to document it, give them the time off. I'd rather see us extend time acting with FMLA rather than front. Maybe a personal opinion. One of the difficulties though can be if after 12 weeks, the government says we've got to provide, if you decide that you're going to allow this person still protected time because they have another 8 weeks of paid time off, we don't allow this person extended protection because they don't have that paid time accrual. That can potentially get a little messy.
Was the purpose of FMLA though was to, if the individual did not have any sick leave or vacation, I thought that was the purpose of FMLA, that they would.
Well, it's to protect those whether they have paid sick leave or not.
Okay.
So it's the FMLA, the laws say you've got to allow a person up to 12 weeks. The law says it doesn't have to be paid time, but you've got to protect their jobs. So they've got to be able to come back in time to that 12 weeks. They allow the employers that if they have paid time accrued, you can require that they use that. And most do. And I guess one example where we had a situation where somebody took time off, it was a maternity leave. Then they came back to work. Of course, the other people, coworkers, felt good helping out, but they also felt well put upon when that person took 3 weeks of vacation and as soon as they got back. So it's something that turned a little sour. And so there are, but the protection itself doesn't require that it be paid time, but it allows you to require that they use paid time if they have.
So then after that 12 weeks, then it is up to the department head or the board of commissioners to
decide,
okay,
do we extend that, or do we say we can't extend that any longer, we can't protect the job anymore, but when you're able, or when you are able, you can certainly apply if we have an opening, or when we have an opening.
Okay.
And Patty, that was the confusion. He had the second version. And so for a period of time, everybody understood FMLA to mean you should use up all your sick and vacation time and then take another 12 weeks. And the federal government said, no, you get 12 weeks. So if you have 3 weeks of paid sick time or vacation time, you can take it paid, but that's part of the 12.
And then the other one is on, this one is on page 40, it's time off for FMLA. And it says department heads, deputy state's attorneys who do not receive vacation or sick benefits will be allowed to use up to a total of 30 calendar days. While the only people head of the departments and head of, the offices they get vacation and sick leave. The only ones that do not receive vacation and sick leave are, like myself, the state's elected officials.
Okay.
So we have to change, and there's a law, there's a statute that says we don't have to be, well, we have to be here, but we get paid for if we're not here or not.
Sure.
Exempt.
And I don't know what state law that is. But the point is, you know, and all the, they all get sick leave.
Oh.
So it's just the elected officials.
But you can't, see, I think that line has to be omitted or something because, like I said, the only ones that have no vacation or sick leave are elected people.
Right.
And there's a law that says
So,
we can be here, or we can't be here, we're not.
sure.
How would that come out of?
It doesn't matter because we don't have to,
Matter if
You don't have to show up to work.
no.
For an elected official, yeah.
Yep.
When you work.
As long as their office is running, I don't have to show up to work. But I feel
So,
for us.
probably
You
work.
know I do.
Probably work.
You're on camera, Patty.
Yeah, I do, I show up.
Probably best to take that one.
That's all I have.
Anybody else have anything,
I
Lori?
have just a couple more.
Alrighty, ma'am, would you come forward?
Oh,
Yep.
yep.
Oh, I did have one more. Go ahead, no, you go ahead, Laura. On the
Health reimbursement,
yeah, the HRA,
714, HRA.
we checked with, or Karen checked with Julie, and the out-of-pocket money for medical expense, $750 for employees that use that. In the line, in the paragraph that says, employees for out-of-pocket medical expenses and personal health insurance premium, it does not vote for that, so that has to be omitted.
So strike and personal health insurance premiums. That cannot be taken out of HRAs.
750.
Oh, 715, sorry. And then take the premiums out.
And she thought, she thought another line that should be, put in was, to be determined on an annual basis during open enrollment. Is that if we might change the policy or the number? Yeah, whatever you guys. And that's all.
Just a couple more that I had, under 106, terms and definitions. In this copy, page 8, number 14, regular full-time employees, where it says 35 to 30 hours per week, so let's scratch out that 35. You probably would have caught that when you, number 14, it says 35 to 30 hours, and just stick with the 30.
I got 30 on mine.
Mine has a 35 with a line in it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you have the red. Oh, you have the.
I don't have the red line copy, that's why I brought it up.
Okay, it should be 30.
Yes, yours looks fine.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
You fixed that fast.
You sure did, thanks. All right, page 10, it's gonna be section 204 regarding ADA. It talks about the department heads begin the conversation about accommodations for, the very first paragraph, about the fourth sentence down. Says, the employee process should contact the department head to begin an interactive discussion about potential accommodations. And then it said the department head may need to visit with state's attorney and the county commissioners. I just wondered, if maybe we're missing a step, should maybe, is that part of Barry's description to work with things like this? Or, I don't know, or HR, I guess I don't know. It seems to me that we're dropping HR out of the picture here. And maybe they should belong in there, or not.
We can certainly put his title right after the state's attorney and have and/or, so state's attorney, Gary's title, and/or county commissioners in considering.
Because it seems like if we follow these directions, then when it comes down to it, we might have spent a lot of time or working with the potential employee and certain department heads, and HR has no knowledge of what's going on. And probably should. Unless these are like canned instructions on how it's supposed to flow, I really don't know.
Well, Gary's position is not HR. It's true. Gary better.
Okay,
Should the auditor's office be involved in that?
I thought there were a number of titles.
There are, but HR is not. I wouldn't say he's our HR department.
No, not specifically HR, but I thought maybe something like this where you're trying to figure out a solution for somebody's handicap.
Right.
And make it work in the building.
No, I think that's appropriate. I just want to make sure that it doesn't get.
It just seems to me that there should be somebody who works with the employees more directly all the time, should know that this process is going on.
And I think that's appropriate. I just want to make, just so there's not confusion that Gary is
No,
the HR guy, I guess.
All right, I just threw that out there because I really didn't know who should be handling that sort of thing, because personally, I've not had to deal with it, so.
Yeah. So I think it's appropriate that position is involved in this.
Okay, then page 30, the holidays. This last year, you granted us Native American Day / Columbus Day off. I didn't know, I can't remember if that was a permanent addition. No? Okay.
No, we voted on these. I tried. Sorry.
Okay, and, page 33, number 613, compensation for elected officials. The very last sentence in there, it says adjustments in the flat rate, either increases or decreases, will be made at the discretion of the county commission. And I wondered why it was limited to like a flat rate, $1 amount versus a percentage. Because usually we see pay increases in the percentage of the salary.
Should we just say rate? Adjustments in the rate?
Sure. Pay rate. Yeah.
That'd be fine.
I just thought it was limited to a $1 amount. That's all I have. Thank you for considering those.
All right, anyone else have any comments? We went through a lot of detail tonight.
Making some good progress, I think, on this. It's been needed to be taken care of for a long time. It's coming along.
Well, thanks for your patience, sir. I know we kept you here very late. You got a long way home.
Oh, it's good progress. We'll get these, and Patty, I may call you on.
Okay.
Make sure.
Sure, you have a long. I might even, if I find time tomorrow, pop them in an email for you. So thank you.
Very good.
All righty, sir.
Thank you.
All right, so no action will be taken on that. We'll, I will hear it in our next meeting again. Item number 20, wheel tax discussion. So we have this on the agenda to discuss. Do not believe we have intent to take action tonight. So if commissioners want to make a comment now, or I will open it up for public comment after public comment. All right. Since I already have someone that stepped forward before I open public comment, I will open public comment right now for you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Jensen.
Sorry.
So go ahead, sir.
No, as you know, I'm not for wheel tax. And because it don't generate that much money, but you look at all the truckers, all the farmers, it's gonna hurt them. And another thing is, people just don't have the money. You look at the city right now, I'll tell you, water bills are astronomical. They're gonna go up again. The water park that would be made, built now, we're gonna have to subsidize that. There's no way in the world that's gonna take care of itself. So that'll be another cost. They talked about, building a new sewer plant. That's $50 million. So people in this area, in this city, cannot afford many more taxes. And they're tired of it. And I talked to a lot of people, and they're very tired of it. And like I said, the last time the wheel tax, the people that twice they tried, I took a petition out, and they got me handily. And if you guys, and I'm not telling you what you do, what you want, I know you're spending money for bridges and stuff, but you gotta be putting money away every year for bridges. That's the problem. You know, we had $1.5 million put in out of the bridge out here. You took that money, the previous commission took that and give it to the city, over $1 million, and the sheriff's department, now they have no contract, basically, because of the COLA, they had over $1 million. And I'd like to know, for the previous commissioners, what did they do with that $1 million? Why didn't they give that to the city for the West City Limits Road and take that money that they had in those bridges out there, for $1.25 million, and we got 4 bridges, split it up and put it in line items. Because I talked to Cleveland, I talked to Rounds, they said to get federal matching funds, you pretty much have to have it in your budget, put money away so they know that you're serious about what you're doing. So I'm just saying, you know, and another thing is, we all know that Fairway tried to come in for groceries. And the powers that be stopped that. I'm 68 years old. And I'll tell you, the powers that be over all these years, there have been so many businesses that they control land, they will not sell it to them. Fairway would have come in. I know that. I know the people that had some of the land, but the city said no. And look at the sales tax we could have got from that. I mean, the cities, we're gonna be in real trouble, just like, we're not gonna have money, and people just can't do it anymore. And like I said, you can do what you want, but I advise no on the wheel tax, because we'll take it back. Third time is charm. And you know, it ain't gonna go through, I can tell you that right now. And if you wanna waste $10,000 on an election, we'll do that. But it just really upsets me. And like I said, this income in Yankton town, we're not right there where we should be. People can't afford it. People, you got utility bills, water bills. I mean, my water bill, and I don't water that much, but I know people that have undergrounds that water quite a bit. It's so dry, of course. I talked to one that his water bill was $300. And that's outrageous. So when they get sewer going, what's that gonna do our bills? They're gonna double. And then, like I said, the city's gonna increase water bills to another 3%. That's what I heard. So, you know, we got a lot of it.
I think the 5%. It might be 5%.
Well, it might be 5%, so, you know. And like I said, I don't water very much. My water bill this month was $197. And I only have 2, my wife. So you gotta imagine, like a car wash, rentals. Look what that's doing to them, because most of them pay the water bill. And you know, commercial rates are a lot higher for businesses than the private. So it's just gonna hit everybody in the pocketbook. And then it's gonna be a day that we're gonna say, hey, what are we gonna do? People don't want it. And, sorry, just want to say, thank you so much.
Anyone else care to make a public comment on wheel tax? All right, back to the commission. I do believe the last vote was 53 to 47, so I don't think that was landslide.
Well, I didn't say that, but when you go 2 in a row and the people say no, I mean, that's pretty,
So
whatever.
we did talk last time about our neighboring counties. 3 of them are at $60, the maximum. Clay County is where we are at, and Union is somewhere in between. So it's not out of line. And the interesting thing I find is the county is always the one that is expected to give. We gave to the school, we gave to the city when they wanted their opt-outs, and when we come around, then all of a sudden, it's no. Which I find interesting and sad.
Let's look at the city though. Look at the taxes we're paying in the city.
Well, if you go to
I'm
Falls,
just saying.
Yankton has nothing compared to Sioux Falls and Harrisburg.
Well, I don't care. You can't compare Yankton to Sioux Falls. That's what, well, it's done.
Yes,
Look at the jobs in Sioux Falls compared to Yankton.
And
there's no comparison.
And you pay for them, absolutely pay for them. There is a price to growth. Absolutely a price to growth.
Well, what are we gonna do as a resident when there's no money to pay all this stuff? Look at the bridges, look at the roads.
We can continue getting on the county's part. Absolutely, we can continue with the minimum. So it's every farmer
We're gonna
I
have
talk
to take
to.
out of the box, because I tell you something, we're coming to a point where we're not gonna have anything. Then what are we gonna do? And all these tax instruments, districts in the city that's put into effect, if those don't get balanced, we pay the box. And that's, I mean, we got a lot of land around town here, and that's not your fault, the county's fault. But we do have land in the city.
You need to take your argument to them then.
Well, I will. Because
Okay, so back to the commissioners.
nobody seems to listen about raising taxes. That's what I.
Back to the commissioners.
Thank you.
So are there any other comments tonight? So I do believe at our next commission meeting, we do need to decide if we're going to do this or not. And there are 5 votes. We all have 1 vote. So, Don, did you?
I'm in favor of a wheel tax. I don't know how we can do it any other way. I understand what Mr. Jensen says about difficult times, but unless we get more grants and other things, we can't do what we have to do to keep the county going.
Gary?
Yeah, thank you. The cap on the wheel tax is 12 wheels, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the dollar amount cap is how much?
Is 5 per wheel, so there's a max of $60 per vehicle.
And so the semi trucks that do the most damage to the bridges and the road, 9,600 cars versus one semi, 80,000 pounds. So we know who's doing the damage. There's an article in the Mitchell Republic. Davidson County supervisor said, what's tearing up the roads are the trucks. Years ago when these roads were built, the Wellstone Road, for example, it's held up fantastically. Single axle trucks, farm tractors that weigh 6,000 to 7,000 pounds. Now we got 4-wheel drives that weigh 50,000 pounds. We got semis with 4 axles on the back, 3 axles on the tractor, and a steering axle. And we see doubles and triples going through town. And there are some triples or doubles in Yankton County, I know for a fact. Farmers are one of them. Not picking on them, but those are one. Now, you can only tax for 12 wheels. Great.
So one of my constituents sent me an email and said, Gary, there's an untapped source of revenue for money. And I just want to bring it up because she brought it up. So, you know me, I like to do an investigation. I contacted Patty Barbara, our county treasurer, asked her some questions. I said, I see these semi-trailers with a plate that says permanent or proportion. And when I licensed some of my trailers, I asked about that too, and they said, well, that's a one-time permit that you can only pull it with one vehicle. Well, I got 3 old pickups and 1 trailer or 2, so I can't do that. So I pay every year. I renew my license for my trailers, and I pay my wheel tax every year, and I pay the money to the Highway Patrol. But so I contacted Patty Barbara, and I asked her, I said, so on these semi-trailers, what's the difference between the permanent plate and an apportioned trailer plate? And this is verbatim from Patty Barbara, the treasurer. She said, the permanent ID plate is a one-time fee of $28. In parentheses, $10 for the plate, $16 for the wheel, $1 solid waste, $1 highway patrol, good for that trailer, that owner. They are not transferable. They are taxed at 4 wheels, $4 per wheels, once. And she wrote that in capital letters, once. They can only be pulled by the vehicle that has tonnage, either commercial, non-commercial, prorated. We issued 96 of these in 2019 and 141 in 2018. So those trailers get licensed one time. Like my trailers get every year. Every year. So my trailers are 20 years old. Anyway, further on, the third email too. The apportioned trailer plate is issued through the prorated office in Tier, and it is a one-time $15 for that trailer and that owner. The pulling unit will have prorated plates, and those fees are based upon the miles driven in each state. If you have any more questions or like any clarification, please let me know at your office. Now, this is something to think about, because if you're going to put your maximum wheel tax of 12 wheels, you can't tax that semi-trailer. He's already got a plate that's a one-time plate forever if that guy drives that truck for 30 years. And you've only got, on most semi-trucks, you got 2 tandem axles and you got a steering axle. That's 10 tires as far as I count. Can you get 12 out of the semi-tractor? But you're sure going to get it under those people. They've got a trailer like mine, or 2 trailers, or 3 trailers, and every year you're going to get it. These people don't pay it. And they're doing the most damage, 9,600 cars compared to 1 semi damage. Does that look, well, that scale is like this. So you need to look into this, because there's, like this woman said, there's an untapped source of revenue here. Because these guys are getting by, tearing up the bridges and the roads, and little people like us, little people, working people, are paying. You can go to 12. So if you want a copy, I'm going to send this copy to you because Joe didn't believe me. But, you know, one thing about me, I don't bluff. Here you go. Thank you so much.
Any other comments from the commissioners? Joe or Dan, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I'll just read. I think going to 5, to me, is a necessity, $5. The number of wheels may be debatable, and I'm on the fence, but I certainly support 1.5 based on the big score rating that the state has.
Dan?
What to consider and just listen.
Alrighty. I believe that concludes the last item before public comment. So we are 10 to 10. Are there any public comments at this time?
This one, Frank.
Wojciech? Come on up, Frank.
Just said that to all you guys.
Gary, why don't you send it to Gary Better and then have Gary Better send it to us?
I'm sorry, what?
Why don't you send that to Gary Better and then have Gary Better send
Yeah, I'll
it?
send that to Gary Better too. Yeah, I'll send it to you from Gary. You gotta just say Gary Better, or they take it from me.
All right, Mr. Wojciech, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, honorable members of the commission, honorable chair, auditor, deputy state attorney, the building director, yes, the audience. Frank Wojciech, Scotland, South Dakota. I gave you two handouts today. Number one, the comments by SDSU president on default. On the last paragraph, it takes stewardship, it takes a commitment. He says the proper care is needed on the part of capable operators. It takes stewardship, it takes commitment to maintain facilities where you have to go to the extra mile. In many, many ways, large unit is more environmentally friendly than these animals spread out over 5 years ago. But it's also a risk, and the farmer, pork producer, livestock feeder has to be diligent, more diligent, has to be diligent. The other one talks about the other things that are going on. Gary Moore, he's both a hero and kind of a tough guy to deal with sometimes. How does it affect Joe Sixpack and Sally 7-Up? And that's the question. I won't be able to be here next week for your zoning, but I want to commend each and every one of you for taking this on. It's long overdue. And I want to commend you for what you're doing. I encourage you to stay the course. What you're doing in Yankton County should be done in every county in the state of South Dakota. Bonham County right now, they're splitting fields because one guy lost his renter, doesn't have enough acres to put it on. They got roads that are being torn up. People won't sign road agreements once they're built. You need to get those road agreements part of the deal before. I've seen it in Yankton County where they tore up the roads, they refused to sign up the road agreements. We have a darn mess there. If everybody lived by the golden rule, we wouldn't need this. If we lived by the 10 commandments, we wouldn't need all these laws. But people aren't treating their neighbors right. And it's wrong. These people lived here first, and then they're building the gables right next to them. Why? Well, you tell me why. I don't know. Some people say, well, they want to get their farm someday and drive them out. I don't know if that's true. They're not doing biofilters. They're not doing fields. They're not doing trees. They're not doing safe distances from neighbors' homes. It just gets really bad when you see this, and just common sense things, like maybe 5 people in the different operations that probably wouldn't need any zoning. We wouldn't need any zoning if 5 of these people would be good neighbors. But it's the worst ones that you have to try to regulate, and I'm so sorry to say that. Also, after a while, it just gets old. I've been threatened, Gary, just like you have. I've been threatened twice, once in Bonham, once, and then numerous other times. Yeah, you beat me on that. But anyway, I want you to know that the bankers, and this is for you, Don, they need to do a better job of screening. There are some people that got these contracts that shouldn't have livestock at all. And they've got to do a better job. So do the livestock owners. They've got to do a better job on this screening. And that's not on the county commission, but that's on the bankers of those folks. We also have to see both Hutchinson and Bonham County. Some of these cable operators are giving up their contracts, and some are being taken away. So it's not been a good situation. There's just not enough things. But stay the course. I want to commend each and every one of you for the tough job you're going to have next week. I wish I could be here. I have some commitments out of town, but I want to commend you for what you're trying to do. What you're doing makes sense, and the good neighbor policy needs to apply. I hope that you stay the course and try to make it a fair situation for everybody. I've seen a lot of baloney being spread. There was a meeting in Western Bonham, or Yankton County that I was at. There was a lot of lies, a lot of unfactual statements. They're going to come with that. They're getting these people fired up with outright lies against these changes.
Wrap it up.
Yep. And The other thing, in closing, I would like to say that I encourage you to do the right thing and be positive in that. And remember Gary Moore, how does it affect Joe Six-Pack, Sally 7-Up? And on the trucking issue, I sold my truck last fall. It tore me apart. I love that little truck. Couldn't get overweight with it. 450 bushel. Beautiful little red truck. Taxes, insurance, and the road tax. The road tax is the final straw for that little tandem truck. But somehow get after the feed trucks that turn up the road with the 6-axle, go for it. But a little family farmer sold his little red truck. And it tore my heart apart. Didn't have a crop, didn't have much to haul in it. It's just economic. And so, you know, taxes do make a difference. Thank you for your time, and I'm proud of each and every one of you, whether I always agree with you or not. Spoken from a 22-year retired legislator who never took a bribe or traded a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank.
Anyone else care to make a public comment? All right, there being none, public comment is closed. Commissioner updates. Anything anyone like to share?
Yeah, I attended the outdoor, I don't know, egg gala or bike barbecue. It was a nice event. It was just nice to see a lot of people, and very well done. Credit to the chamber for putting that on, appreciating our agriculture sector. The second thing I did have that I wanted to bring up is a situation I got a call on. There's a dead cow out by Holland, and it's been there for a week.
It was removed yesterday.
Was it removed yesterday finally?
I went home.
Who ended up doing that?
I have no idea.
Okay. Well, we got a lot of complaints on that, and so I think we need to just try to do a better job of that.
And who's responsible for removing those?
Well, that is in the township unless the township doesn't take action. And if it doesn't take action, then that's where our Board of Health, I think that's the criteria to do that. That's what,
And then I thought in statute that the township was financially responsible even if the county did it.
3416-15, from what I understand, and then the Board of Health has to remove it, and then they bill the township. That's in an organized township. In an unorganized township, we pay the bill for it, but it was a pretty disgusting situation. You know, nobody wants to see something like that sit out for weeks.
And we do have to be careful. We gave our Board of Health a very narrow focus, and we did not give them that authority. So, just to mention that.
The alternate is leaving a cow rot out in 100-degree weather for.
Oh, I didn't say we should act. I'm just saying who is responsible with dealing with that.
The right thing to do is the owner should have taken care of that, but didn't have it.
Okay.
That's the two things that I have. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, just want to updates. Every 2 weeks, I'm on a conference call with Washington, D.C. And last year when I grew up, the D.C. was the most advantageous thing that could happen. Anyway, I get constant emails, and just the issue of executive sessions came up, and I just had to do a little more digging. I found an article in the Yankton County Observer dated February 24th, 2017. Man, that's a long time ago. It's an article by BJ Hunoff talking about our city executive sessions, our county executive sessions. Anyway, you can look it up. The other thing I just wanted to hold here, and I'll be finished, but it's in regard to secrecy. And we've had some secret meetings with townships, we've had some secret meetings with homeowners and stuff. But here's a quote. The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to a secret society, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. John F. Kennedy. Thank you very much.
Any other comments before
Just one, we've got an open seat on planning and zoning, so hopefully applications are coming in. Are you getting?
None to date, but we've had two ads in the paper so far. There's a couple more to go, but yeah, certainly looking for a person to fill the last 2 years of that spot.
When is the deadline?
Deadline is the end of the month.
I thought it was different than that. I thought it was August 19th is what I thought.
We're gonna vote in our September.
Yeah, we're gonna vote in the first September meeting,
Well, when, I guess what I'm asking, what is the
the
deadline?
Wednesday before that, so. End of the month, August.
The last Wednesday in August.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be. Okay, all right. At this time, I would entertain a motion to go into executive session for litigation for 125, 2 subpart 3 for personnel, 125, 2 subpart 1, and for relief, 125, 2, 2813, 2813, 1.3. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to go into executive session for the discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. We are now in executive session. And are we meeting over here? Everybody turn your microphone on, if you will. Everybody's got, I would entertain a motion to come out of executive session.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to come out of executive session for the discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. We are now in regular session.
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion for the poor relief to approve the recommendations presented for cases 1, 3, and 4.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to approve the recommendations presented for cases 1, 3, and 4. Further discussion. All in favor? Oh, go ahead.
I just note that there was no case 2.
Yep, it was a typo. Gary, is this one you want to abstain from? All right, so all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. So Gary abstained, and the other 4 of us voted aye.
And then I make a motion to approve the recommendations for the burial requests for cases 1 and 2.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to approve the burial cases for 1 and 2 as presented for the discussion. And Don, you wanted to abstain from this one? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. At this time, do we have anything for the next meeting other than the HR manual we'll put on there again? And the wheel tax. We'll make a final decision on the wheel tax.
This doesn't pertain to the commission, but because riverboat days have been canceled along with almost everything else, I'm a charter member of the Old Iron Tractor Club, and we're going to have a display north of Menards in lieu of a little bit of a celebration. All the members are not just going to bring tractors, they're going to bring equipment. Corn pickers, planters, wagons, and
something just to have something for Riverwood Days and from our club. So that's antique, the old iron antique.
When is that, Gary?
And that'll be over the same weekend as the Riverwood Days. We get August 21, 22, 23, I think.
Okay.
Third week, third week.
And it'll all be set up north of Menards, over by, between the Farm Credit in that area right there. So
What is that called, Greg?
it's an old antique, old iron, tri-state old iron antique tractor club. And so, like I say, we really got a void in our town from not having Riverwood Days, so we're just gonna try to make it up.
All right, thanks for mentioning that. Anything else before we have a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
I have a motion and second to adjourn. Further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, all opposed, nay. Motion carries. We are now adjourned.